Check, 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 check. Good morning, folks. How we doing today? I kind of got to poop right now. You better hold that shit, motherfucker. Mods, ban that man if he poops. If he shits, ban that man. You better squeeze! Web! Man, things are going so well. So well. I'm in such a good mood right now. I'm in a fantastic mood. B2 with a 5. Get this up. B2, thank you so much. I'm in a wonderful mood. Nothing like one's favorite game for 12 years being put down. Really just adds to those morning sunrises, right? For those that don't know, it's not looking good. And I know we said it a number of times, but it's really not looking good. From Shaz here, seeing the replies from the Destiny 2 team mess me in tears, and I'm feeling really depressed today. I can't believe they're shutting things down, that they're moving to lay off such an awesome team and kill a unique game. Destiny will leave a void that won't ever be filled. It makes me think if I've ever even done enough to try and help the situation. I've been flat out addicted to the game again. I've made my videos, I've posted my position on the issue, I've signed the petition and encouraged my community to get involved. Heck, I was even desperate enough to try and contact Sony through their media contact to beg them to keep Destiny and Bungie alive. Could I do more? I know life will go on, but I am definitely feeling grief today. There isn't any other game that really has the raids, the day one excitement or community that I've experienced like Destiny has. I hope the team is doing okay. I can only imagine how this uncertainty feels for them. Knowing the inevitable was going to happen, but not knowing when. It's doing my head in. I can only imagine what it's doing to theirs. To the team, I love you. Hold your head up. So from DMG right here, could I do more? You all have done more for this game and our studio than you could ever imagine. And no words can accurately depict how lucky we are to have shared these roads with you. Don't blame yourselves or think you could have, should have done more. This is just the way it goes sometimes. No matter the future, we will always have these memories. Thank you for everything. So the reason why this tweet was put out from Shez here and replied to by DMG is because we are literally up against the clock right now. Where the team that issues the patches that is still updating Destiny right now they're about to get laid off. And so right now they're showing right here, Luck is showing, or this clip from Jobo here is showing the divinity glitch, right? on Insurrection Prime. The Destiny 2 team right here, look at it to a fix. Yes, cheese can be fun from time to time, but this is a bit egregious. It's chill when some mechanics need to be done to follow up with a silly bug. Standing in a spawn with div and not engaging with any of the mechanics is a bummer. Also want to avoid every LFG being need one div, everyone else don't move. That takes the fun out of the game. Our timeline is short, and we honestly may not be able to fix up the boss by next week, but we'll share news when we have it. I would say that this is crazy to me, dude. Can you imagine you're the guy that's stamping out the bugs at Bungie, and it's like, do your job, do it well before we cut you loose? At that point, you really are just doing it for the love of the game. No. That's exactly right, Crispo. You're doing it for the love of the game. At that point, you're literally just doing it for the love of the game. Because honestly, if you're at Bungie, you're about to get laid off, you know, you don't even have to work yourself in the ground at that point. You've done what you needed to do. You're getting let go. Perhaps if we had more self-respect, we wouldn't all stoop to cheesing and cheating. So Vaxis, you got to understand, this is just the nature of any video game. If there is a low effort way of getting rid of or bypassing certain things, people will always do that. And understand that this bug is being fixed, not because of any, like it's being fixed simply because you don't want an LFG, being exactly what they're saying right here. Need one div, everyone else just don't move. That really does erode the entire encounter. It's not the look, it's not about the bug, Swift. It's not about the bug. Okay? It's about the fact that the team that used to update the game and give us updates in this game and issue patches are all getting let go. The entire Destiny team is getting let go. Despite the numbers that we've put up, despite the overwhelming support for Destiny, they're still getting let go. Hoax, fuck you. I don't want to hear your shit right now. No. People coming in right now. Cross, you're gonna find another game you love. Fuck you. Hoax, go sit in your goddamn swimming pool right now. You know how? No, you know you ain't saying it because you mean it. They're being let go because they're not making enough money. Welcome to reality. Now, first up, bud. You've gifted someone a sub in here, but you've only posted one comment. That being the comment you just made right now. You've gifted subs in here, but you've only posted one comment. Where did you come from? I mean, look, man, W chatter, bro. You just come in, don't say anything negative, just start gifting subs. My man. All right, my man. But hold on, you say welcome to reality. I think the other reality is that Marathon is not going to be able to float Bungie. That's the other reality. I see you've been following me since around the time that Marathon came out. So I can draw some assumptions there, but I don't want to assume too much. But you want to talk about realities? Well, there's a big reality, and that reality is that Marathon's numbers. It doesn't make sense to me. This is not me hating on Marathon, but it doesn't make sense to me, guys, that Marathon, which is still going to have 400 developers on it, is going to somehow float Bungie. It baffles me. The math ain't mathing. And look, it's not even just us. When I've talked to other developers about this, who, by the way, many devs in the industry play Destiny. Many of them like Destiny. They too are utterly shocked that Destiny's being put down. Stings with the 10 gifted subs. Stings, thank you so much for the Big 10, man. I don't know who's still operating. Hold on. Where's the shit at? I don't know who's still operating the Destiny 2 team account. This was posted last night. Bro, people who don't even play Destiny 2 don't even want the game to die. Dude, I don't even want... There's been a lot of games I don't want to see die. Now, some games, the numbers, unfortunately, didn't aid it. You know what I mean? But even like for Marathon, like I don't necessarily want Marathon to die. Now, let me just say this. If killing Marathon would give me more Destiny, just being honest with you guys, I'd kill it twice. And I would make the Marathon community watch. But obviously, that doesn't seem like that's going to work. You know what I mean? Or at least that opportunity is not even going to come up. Bailiness with the 10 gifted subs. Bailiness, thank you so much for the 10. Look. That's if Marathon killing Marathon would give us more Destiny, then absolutely. But I could say the same about a lot of games. You know what I mean? You know, if killing Starfield would give us Destiny, completely unrelated. But absolutely. You know? Need don't go gentle tweets. Yeah, we've got an email for it. But here's the thing. Hold up. For everyone that's coming out and being like, wow, the Destiny community, you seem kind of toxic. The problem is the people that were originally toxic. God damn it, I hate that they are fucking right now. And even if you say, no, that's not how it is. They're not right. Destiny's been declining for years. You remember when Marathon was first shown to us? I remember so many people were coming out going, that game's going to kill us. That game is going to kill Destiny. And we were all like, dude, will you calm down? Will you chill with that shit? I didn't even think Les said that right out the gate. I was like, will you calm the fuck down with that kind of... And then it was like, no. Bungie wants to be a multi-IP studio. And they were. For 3 months. They were a multi-IP studio. Excuse me. Maybe almost 4 months. All I'm saying is I just don't think this is going to work out. I'm going to go play Destiny. But it seems like what's being pushed is, don't worry, if you want something kind of like Destiny, you can go play Marathon. And yes, Marathon has some new PvE cryo mode. It's just not the same, man. Like I'm just saying, Marathon is designed as a PvP game. And I actually enjoyed my time playing Marathon. But it doesn't have the same power fantasies that Destiny has, okay? It doesn't have the same depth of builds. And look, here's the other side of things. I'm not saying that Marathon can't get to that someday. Think about where Destiny started with vanilla. But I am not interested enough in the universe of Marathon to commit that thousands of hours journey that would take place to get there. Not whenever we have Destiny already. Not when we're as invested in this universe as we are. I think Marathon has the impossible task right now of carrying Bungie. And, dude, I feel for that team right now. I personally know people on the Marathon team. They're nice people. And some are definitely incredibly talented, who I wish could be on the Destiny side. I'm biased here. But I think that Marathon has the impossible task of carrying the studio. And none of it makes sense. I don't know how many times I'm going to keep saying none of this makes sense. Now, as time goes on, as we've exhausted and played everything we can possibly play in Destiny, that we will reach a point. And I'm just being honest with you guys. I'm going to migrate. It's not like we haven't been doing variety content. We've been doing variety now for years. But when I say migrate, I'm actually going to look for the very first time a Destiny replacement. And I don't know what that game's going to be, man. Some of you have mentioned us getting involved with WoW and getting into in-game. Some of y'all have mentioned Final Fantasy 14 and really investing into Final Fantasy 14. Some of you said RuneScape, but let me just tell you guys, that shit was like heroin, okay? And I've never done heroin, but, you know, if that game gets its claws back into me again, it's bad, fellas. It's bad. One does not, it would be the worst relapse you will ever witness on camera. There's also Warframe. And we've already been jumping back into Warframe already as is. So we can jump into Warframe. But I'm going to be, my goal over the next year, maybe 2, maybe forever, is to find that Destiny replacement for me. And it's not to say that Destiny won't still be a fun game to come back to and play. I have every intention of my kids, especially my son, of he and I still running raids down the road. Hopefully Destiny is still around. But I want him to experience Vault of Glass. I want him to experience some of the dungeons in the game and some of the other content. So 1,000% I will be back to play Destiny. And yeah, I'm going to bring at least one of my kids with me. Hell, I talk about Destiny all the time. So, and Liam's already played Destiny, so it's not like he's not familiar enough with it. But I think I will always be looking for that Destiny replacement. Only game I can think of is Elder Scrolls Online. Yeah. But I'm going to be honest, it's going to be probably a bit before I move on from Destiny. What I'm really trying to say is that for me, I don't think Marathon is going to be the game I go to after Destiny. You know what I mean? I don't think that Marathon was always so different and so separated from Destiny. It's its own game. It's its own identity. And that's good. That's what it's supposed to be. It was never supposed to be Destiny. And, you know, I know that Bungie is going to be adding stuff into Marathon to make it, you know, I guess, you know, more, you know, at least on the PV side of things, more like Destiny. And people are saying, well, Destiny's, you know, dead now. Just go play Marathon's version. But I just don't. At that point, I would probably just choose to just play more Destiny, you know. Fallout 76 outlived Destiny 2. Listen, look. This whole situation is just fucking crazy to me. The whole situation is just crazy to me. Fallout 76 is good, though. I heard it's gotten a lot better. I didn't really care for it at launch. I played the shit out of Division. Yeah. Division 3, we may just throw ourselves to that game, dude. When it drops. And just play the piss out of it. We live in a world right now where everyone is chasing the extraction genre. And man, it just... Why? You had a game that was arguably the top looter shooter on the market. Your game was so good that every game that came out in your genre was called the potential next Destiny killer. Y'all realize that? It was a curse. A game would come out and we'd be like, is this the Destiny killer? Is this the Destiny killer? But now it seems like let's just abandon that genre completely. And let's just chase extraction shooters. Vorlon right here. The extraction shooter market is still, after so many years, just Tarkov plus some hangers. Plus some hangers on. Yeah. I mean, Arc Raiders obviously made a big splash. Arc Raiders fumble its post-launch, so it's kind of dead. I don't know. I feel like they're probably going to do something. I feel like Embark is probably going to do something for their 1 year mark, huh? I would think. Let's see. I don't know. I'm not finding anything right now. Extraction shooters are the new battle royales. Well, Embark is... I think it was after they Arc Raiders did so well last year. They're currently incubating two other games right now, from what I think was disclosed. And keep in mind, this is the same company. They wanted to make a looter shooter, but they pivoted into an extraction shooter here, just because a looter shooter is a big lift. You know, going from the finals straight into a looter shooter, that's a pretty big lift. That's a big commitment. It's a lot. That's a lot. It's a lot. However, I can see Embark doing. They started off with finals. They did Arc Raiders, their extraction. I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised if Embark actually does do a looter shooter. Mainstream with the 7 months. Thank you so much. Well, that's why the PvE enemies are so good inside of Arc Raiders. That's why there's so much variety as well. Because again, it was originally designed. It was going to be designed as a PvE game, as a looter shooter. I've already played League, guys. Yeah, I mean MOBAs are fun, but I've already been down League of Legends, and you know, we've played Deadlock and stuff. The main thing is guys, is that you know, I think this message was a great message from DMG, and I feel like over the next few weeks, you guys are going to be asking yourselves this question: Could I have done more? Could we have done more? And I hope you guys are taking to heart this message right now. This one especially. You have all done more for this game and for Bungie Studios than can ever be imagined. So I just want to say, you know, I've been part of different gaming communities over the years. And yeah, sure, Destiny community, you guys can be out there. I'm not going to lie. But this has truly been one of the best communities I've ever been a part of. One of the most loving, one of the most just giving communities. The kind of community, man, that would fucking that shows up, and not just shows up, man, shows up and gives it their all, dude. When times were good in Destiny, you guys, man, I saw it. I saw how much y'all were, you know, spending because of that goodwill. The way the Destiny community rallied when Bungie decided to go independent, it was the communities essentially coming together that fueled Bungie to want to go independent. Because it was crazy, because Activision came out and said that they weren't necessarily impressed with Forsaken, or at least the numbers that Forsaken pulled off. I don't understand what was leading up to that. Again, I was at Bungie 6 months prior to that, and I could tell that even then it was tense between Activision and Bungie. Just in the room with them, everybody was just really, really tense. There was a lot of push going around, and I think that you're talking about Activision back during its prime, when it was big dick and everybody. You did it the way Activision wanted you to do it. But Bungie coming out and, you know, saying that the studio felt very proud of what they delivered with Forsaken, and then the community just rallied around that. And that was the extra motivation needed for Bungie to go independent. There's a long history of mismanagement, and I'm sure we'll see probably some breaking stories as time goes on. Who knows, dude? We may even see like a documentary of some sort, like some sort of like YouTube documentary going over this. There is a video I do want us to watch at some point. It's a video from Jason Schreier. It's a great video, guys. It talks about why games now take 6+ years to get out. Mods ban Kiva. He says they can't ban me, idiot. Yeah, y'all can see how that handles. Wow, that's interesting. Kivo, it looks like you can in fact be banned. That's amazing. It's amazing. Please enlighten us. Show me your admin rights, Kivo. Kivo, show me those admin rights you were talking about. Whatever the fuck that's supposed to be. Let me see it. Unban yourself, Kivo. Unban yourself. Kivo. Do it. Unban yourself. Show me. Cross can play WoW. Classic is super fun too. Yeah, we'll see, man. I'm going to get all of the Destiny out of my system. And then come, who knows? Who knows when we'll reach a certain point where we've played everything. We've tried everything. We've exhausted every build. I got to say, man, every video we've been making for Destiny here lately has really been, especially like the exotic mission, some of these reviews. Man, it's just crazy, dude. They all are like hitting on a level that they've never hit before, knowing like the other day we were reviewing Cold Shadow, and I was going through all the testing, and it was like, I don't know, I'm just kind of like having a moment where I'm like, man, I'm just trying to appreciate the creativity behind these weapons that for so many years we've been reviewing and talking about, and we've honestly been talking about so many aspects of this one video game now for nearly 12 years at this point. And it's been amazing, man. That's all I say. Cross, check out Cheese's new tweets. The gaming community made a great investment of my time. I've made some great friends here. Look, man, I don't go quietly. Yeah. I will say there's a path through all of this that would instantly pull me back. And that would be a future for Destiny. That, you know what I mean? If Bungie turned around and decided to make, say they decided to make another looter shooter, I don't know, man. I would just be like, why? And if they decided to pivot and greenlight maybe like a single story game, I'm not going to like rule those things out. But again, the thing that would like instantly win me back would be more Destiny. Did you hear about the Destiny romance game? I did. I don't know. Yeah, I had seen some stuff with it. Yeah, there was an article going around stating that at one time Bungie was looking to add romance into the game. So, I mean, look, man, stuff like that would have been fine, you know. Imagine if you did Quest and you can romance Morosov. I'd fuck with it. Damn right. You can make some moves on Savathic. Yes. Absolutely. Oh my God, Riven. Oh, got those Dami mommy vibes. I would. Unfortunately, they didn't follow through on that. And here's the other thing. It's like there's a lot of things that internally at Bungie that the studio knew we would enjoy or we would like. And you see Warframe, they act on a lot, like Digital Extreme acts on a lot of those things. They add a lot of those things. And I'm sure the conversation gets brought up because it always does. What's the return on this? But I like it whenever game companies, you know, studios operate and try to capture the goodwill of their community because they know the money is going to come. They know the money is going to come. And, you know, but when you're independent, you do have the luxury and the ability to make those kind of moves. But if you got a parent company, you got somebody over at the top of you, everything you do, you have to get approval. And that fucking sucks. Tencent has a stake in D, but D is independent. Digital Extremes, Rebecca even talked about it. Sony was looking to acquire DE back in 2020, but DE said no because they wanted to keep their independence. So it's a good chance Digital Extremes would have gotten a similar deal. They've got a very loyal community. Good choice in hindsight. Yep. Drew Allen, thank you so much for the 5. This says Maverick with the Big 10. Thank you, man. Damn, the year Anthem servers are shut down. Destiny 2 ends 2026 when the looter shooters almost went extinct. You know, I really feel like we're going through what, if you remember, MRPGs were like, they were just dying, you know. Everybody tried to make the WoW killer. A lot of overspending. And they just couldn't capture it. And then everything just rolled over. Looters in a lot of ways, man. This is a dying genre right now. You got your established IPs, your Borderlands, your Divisions, your Warframe. But yeah, and I think even right now, yeah, I think that's fair. Saying that MMOs and looter shooters as a genre is dying. Yeah, dude, it's again, the appeal of an extraction shooter is this. Extraction shooters. I'm not trying to roast Justin Truman right now. And Justin, I say this with love. When you think of over delivery, remember there was the comment about over delivery. Nothing avoids over delivery more than an extraction shooter. Just by its design. It's constant, and I'm not saying that out of hate. It's constantly resets. Do you understand? It's a seasonal reset game. The way the loop works is they are supposed to be, if you can establish one, you're able to avoid that over delivery problem. Because it's a consistent loop that people get on and then they get off and then they get back on. They have, and there are other games that are even not extractions that have a similar loop. Think like Path of Exile and Diablo with their seasonal loops. The difference is with PoE is, and even Diablo, it's like there'll be full-blown campaign additions with it. There'll be, whole new classics, whole new classes. Now, across the board, everyone's normally doing sandbox changes in between. But the idea for extraction is like, it is truly the type of game that's supposed to avoid over delivery, which means overspending, but you have to capture a player base first, and right now that's where Marathon is struggling the most. It's struggling to capture a player base. And every Marathon player, for whatever reason, comes down and says, well, it's because everybody hates on us. Okay. There's definitely been people that have hated on Marathon for no reason other than to hate on it. But there's also a ton of people that gave Marathon a try and then quit it. Okay. So those numbers dropping are not because people got a hate boner for Marathon. There are definitely people that have hate boners, but there is a lot of people that, and I'm not even talking about the launch of the game. I'm talking about the server slam leading up to the game. So many people day one tried it, and then you saw the numbers just really fall off. This is a huge contrast to Arc Raiders, which, even though Arc Raiders is not doing necessarily great right now, that game continued to see climbs all the way through. And every weekend, y'all remember that? Arc Raiders every weekend from its launch continued to climb. Like those numbers, they kept one-upping themselves. They kept hitting new highs. Arc Raiders is a good game. It just feels really slow at times with updates and new stuff. I haven't played it in a long time. So Marathon, though, again, it has the impossible task of carrying Bungie. And I hope they can figure it out. I hope they can figure it out. Personally, I don't see us pivoting into Marathon. And there's a lot of reasons that. So I think for me, I'm going to go look for games that have raids, dungeons, in-game content. I think Final Fantasy 14 may actually be one of those we commit a lot of time to and see what that's all about. Mareeper with the 4 months. Thank you so much. Arc Raiders only succeeded because of Burnt Peanuts. Y'all realize Burnt Peanut played Marathon, right? Y'all realize Peanut played Marathon. Y'all realize Shroud also played Marathon for the whole month it came out. We all played Marathon when it first came out for the first month. What Look, I'm not saying that Peanut didn't contribute to Arc Raiders' success, but to say that Arc Raiders and Embark didn't also just make a really good game that captured exactly what Bungie themselves tried to capture, which was they captured the casual audience. You know what I'm coming from? We made it popular because it was made by OG Dice devs. Look, I'll tell you this. Arc Raiders, even though it was completely different from the finals, those devs nailed it. I mean, they really did just nail it for me. In terms of like immersion, I'm not necessarily a fan of third-person shooters. I like first-person shooters more. But I got to give it to Arc Raiders. It nailed the feeling, especially when you were extracting. It was heart-pumping. It was a fun time, dude. I had a good time playing it. And you know what else? The finals was another game that we played a lot of. And I had a great time playing the finals. And that is a fantastic shooter. And it has all the destructible environments as well, which is a lot of fun. And so, anyways, the point I'm trying to make is I think we have to give some credit here to Embark. I mean, dude, Embark made a damn good game. They made two very good games. They may have fizzled, Arc Raiders may have fizzled now, but they've made two really good games. Arc was my life for 4 months. Well, that's the other thing, too. At least if we were to believe the numbers that are coming out about Embark, it's not even the story of they made a good game, they successfully launched them, they captured a good audience, especially on the Arc Raider side. But they're doing it at the smaller budgets in comparison to the AAA studios. And Embark is no small studio, by the way. They're a sizable studio. My question is like, how are they doing it? Or I guess the better question is why are the AAA studios that are known in the industry, why are their budgets so astronomical? That actually is probably the best explanation right there. And I got to give it to the guy who literally has a RuneScape weapon, a D-skimmy right next to his fucking name, dude. They're top heavy. That could very well be it. They're top heavy. DDS badge, let's go, baby. Let's fucking go. But yeah, top heavy. That's actually, yeah, there's probably a lot of truth to that. Bro, about the D-skimmy spec someone? Knock that prayer out. Oh, shit. Across the entire time Peanut played Marathon, his chat was repeating the game is trash over and over. Well, you had a bunch of Arc Raider fans in there, that obviously didn't want him to play Marathon, wanted him to play Arc Raiders. You know what I'm coming from? But even Peanut said that he got similar dialogue whenever he was playing Arc Raiders. There was a lot of people saying Arc Raiders are trash. It was so funny because like the first, what was it? It was like their version of a server slam that Arc Raiders did. And there were so many people that were coming by the stream that was like, This game looks like garbage. And I would remember some of the names that I saw. And some of you, I don't want to call you out because you've been a long time loyal subscriber here who we love dearly. But some of you came in here talking shit about Arc Raiders. And dude, by the next weekend, these same individuals like, oh, I fucking love Arc Raiders. What a great game. This game's popping. Oh my God, it's amazing. And it's like, all right, Les. I mean, random people commenting in here. That's the thing. Just like, there are people that hate, initially will hate. And then what happens is over time, they are going to play it. When they play it, it hooks them. Okay? It's just like RuneScape, man. I remember back in the day, people be like, what the fuck game is this? What is this shitty game? You point and click and, it looks like ass. And the next thing you know it, the motherfuckers be grinding. You hear me? I remember the people in my school talking shit. Next thing you know, they're killing goblins. They're like, man, I got to get these levels up, baby. I need that steel armor. Can you give me some of that steel? I'm like, uh-huh. So this is just part of the process. People will talk shit always. And initially they will talk shit. And then normally, if it's a good game, it will convert them. And suddenly they're fans. But here's what happens when it's not a good game. They talk shit, they play it, and then they come back and they talk more shit. You see what I'm saying? Because now they're like, fuck, I'm out of $40. I said it was ass. And $40 later, I have confirmed it's ass. See what I mean? Most people that have played Marathon have liked it. Well, the people that take enough time to comment online, maybe. But I will say this. The numbers don't necessarily represent that. The numbers have shown steady decline since the server slam. And that is a problem. You can look at it. See, there's going to be people in here that's like, oh, no, people are just hating. People are just talking shit to talk shit. No, there's some truth to the numbers. There's obviously an issue here where Marathon has not been able to hang on to players. And we'll see. We'll see if they'll be able to turn it around. $40 later, and I'm playing Destiny 2. Marathon just doesn't have the same retention power as Destiny does. It doesn't pull you in as much. The loot wipe does not help the case. And again, that's definitely the extraction way, by the way, like having seasonal resets where they wipe your loot. That's what extractions do. And so I never really expected there to be a big conversion of Destiny players into Marathon because of that. But again, we'll see if Bungie can do it. They're going to try to target new audiences. They're going to try to target, more players to sustain the studio, and we'll see if they pull it off. Oh, yeah, the Arc Raiders wipe is optional, though. That is true. Yeah. Players like marrying their games. We'll go back to their oldest game for the smallest update. Has Sony said anything on Bungie and Destiny? No, they normally only talk during the quarterly calls. Loco, You are to be an unbiased mod here. Withhold your comments. Remain unbiased. I don't know when the next one is. I think September, maybe. Yeah, I don't think Sony's going to talk about Destiny, guys, if that's what you're thinking. Like, I don't think Sony's going to, in their next earnings call, they're going to be like, well, we have some great news today. We shut down our flagship IP at Bungie. And the community spammed D3 and all of the various streams and Twitter accounts and forums out there. You know, they're not gonna talk about that. It's gonna be actually just ignore it. You know. Yeah, 400,000 signatures. Yeah, I mean, the petition speaks for itself, dude. It really does. And if you think like that's not someone like literally someone in the marathon community was like only 400,000. Oh my God. Brother, of all the people that could be talking shit. But here's the thing. WoW Classic was greenlit off of 250,000 signatures. So I think the petition was a huge success. No one said that? Get the fuck out of here. Somebody pull me the tweet. There was a whole guy breaking down. That was breaking down the numbers and was saying why 400,000 is pitiful for the Destiny community. That's still extremely sizable. No one's expecting fucking 15, 20 million people to come in here and sign the petition. I wasn't expecting. Oh, man. The fact that, again, Blizzard greenlit WoW Classic for 250,000 signatures. Just saying, man. 400,000 signatures, I think, is extremely impressive for us. And I think that, if anything, it should aid the argument of whatever Destiny Infinity was supposed to be. Whatever Destiny Infinity is supposed to be. Well, okay, you're talking about sub revenue. Okay, maybe. I mean, find a way to monetize it. That's not. Okay, here we go. Let me see. Dude, this I'm not even gonna read this tweet, dude. It makes my brain hurt. Nah, this is not the one. This is not the tweet I'm talking about, but this one just makes my brain hurt. This is not the one I'm talking about. 400,000 people signed a petition saying they want a D3. If Bungie made a D3 and sold it for $70, that's $28 million in gross revenue. They lose about $8.4 million of platform cuts, leaving roughly $19.6 million. Destiny 3 is a $500 million project. First up, it wouldn't just be 400,000 people that bought a Destiny 3. It's not like only the people that signed the petition would buy a fucking D3. That math, hold on. But even beyond that, I haven't even done the math here. But even beyond that, we had over 1 million people alone that just showed up for Monument of Triumph. I do like that profile pic, though. I do like the profile pic though. All right, let's get in here. That's a good profile pic. Loco, where is this build of yours? Well, it's been said that it's going to be 500 million, or Jason Schreier said it'd be close to $500 million, which I don't doubt. I don't doubt that a Destiny 3 would be close to $500 million. You know what game made $500 million in their first 24 hours when they launched? Destiny did. And that number was disclosed by Activision themselves. They're not trying to break even, though. Are you fucking guys? I don't... The words that want to come out of my mouth right now, motherfucker. Do you think people just buy the game in the first 24 hours and that's it? Are you shitting me right now? They don't want to break even, though. Yeah, after 24 hours, no one else buys the game. No one else. No one fucking else. They just... And oh yeah, the people that bought the game, they're not going to spend any more money past that point. That's the cutoff point. Don't want to break even. It better be $1 billion in 24 hours or don't make it at all. I don't have the numbers on Destiny. It's speculated that Destiny, the entire IP, has made over $3 billion in its lifetime. So, and all we have is to really go off of this is Activision disclosed that it had broke the, what was it, the $1.2 billion mark? Only $3 billion? There you go. Yeah, only $3 billion. Only $3 billion. What a... oh, fucking brokey. Fuck yeah. Damn. Wow, Destiny, only 3 billion. Piece of shit. Imagine not making 3.1 billion, shaking my head. Marathon is above Arc Raiders on the Steam top selling chart. Oh, really? Marathon making a comeback? Hold up. I haven't looked. Here I am talking shit about Marathon and they doing it. What's the show they're I mean, guys, it's 195. I mean, maybe it's better than Arc Raiders right now. I don't know. But Arc Raiders is number 144. Oh, so it's Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is okay. Look, guys, why are we even like having this? Let's just stop. Let's just stop. We like the numbers cross. I feel like you fuckers bait me into this shit just so we can go look at the Steam charts for Marathon on stream. And we do it every time, man. Y'all fucking do this shit to me every time. You know you like it. No, guys, listen. At this point, it's just sad, okay? You know what I'm coming from? I'm not, you know. It's like growing up in your neighborhood. You go over there and you whoop up on the crippled kid. You know what I mean? It's just sad. Who can even brag about that? You know what I mean? In the spreadsheet or DMs? So you want me to beat up cripple kids? Jesus Christ, dude. This chat. Good God, man. All right. Let's game, baby. Cross hates cripples confirmed. You fuckers better not. You hear me? Put that shit on me. I got a grandfather. He's had a problem with his legs his whole life. Was born with them. So, can't really run. But we just... Me and my brothers, we just tell him all the time. They're like, hey man, got that pimp walk. My man got that pimp walk going on. That swag, baby. That swag. He fucking loves it. There's a counter in here for us mentioning RuneScape. Get the fuck out of here. Then y'all beat him up? No, man, it's my grandfather. Y'all beat up our... The hell's wrong with y'all? Now, my dad and his brother, I've heard stories. See, everybody, I don't know. There comes a day where unfortunately your sons will challenge you. And I have 2 sons. That day will probably come. My poor grandfather, man. His 2 sons are arguably the worst sons for this. In my family, like, for whatever reason, everybody was an alcoholic. And my uncle comes home drunk. He's about 17. And my grandfather, my grandmother are like, you're not coming in the house because you fucked up. You're not supposed to be drinking. And my uncle's one of those like really fun drunks. Until he wasn't. But he was, at this time, a really fun drunk. And so he just picks up my grandfather and carries him into the front yard. And picks up my grandmother, carries them into the front yard. And goes inside the house and locks the door. Then he throws open the window, the curtain of the window. And he's so fucked up, he just waves at him. Anyways, it was cinema. Bro said hello. So yeah, they gave my grandfather hell. They gave him hell. But no, me and my brothers, we love him. We love him to death. We always like to mess with him. And we just be like, got your pimp walk. He did. He got that swag to him. Louisiana? Yeah, Louisiana. All right. Let me see this build. That's a Louisiana classic. All right, Loco, where is this build? All right, let me see. Let me take a look. Are we going to expect Liam to do that to you at some point? Motherfucker can try. He can try. I'm going to age gracefully. Gonna have to put on some weight. All right, domain expansion. The fuck. I made a TLDR for you, don't worry. This is the TLDR version. Kill enemies with Wave Splitter. Maintain Overshield for boosted ability regeneration. Pop bubbles when obtained. Use Strand to unravel. Relocate bubble when necessary. You should always have bubble. Even in DPS. So you create normal power from any source to empower Wave Splitter. Grant unraveling to your Strand weapon. Use your grenade melee class. Then this should grant Overshield. Start volatile rounds for Wave Splitter. And grant increased melee grenade regeneration rates. Use Wave Splitter to spread suppression. Assuming you're surrounded by enemies, to get your super. You're saying this is better than Les's version? How's this better than Les's version? Yes? I don't believe you. Two-piece Promise or two-piece Nezrak? Promise. Which one is Promise? Where do I get that? Salvation's Edge. Oh my God. I gotta go run fucking Salvation. What is this piece? What does it do? Promise is OP. Two-piece Salvation's Edge is the best two-piece. It's the best in the game. You get 25% damage resist and 7% damage. Damn, that's pretty fucking good. What's the best encounter to farm for the armor from Salvation's Edge? Witness. No, do the first encounter. Oh my god, dude, it's been so long. You got to do Master Salvation's Edge, by the way. Oh, it has to be Master? Are you shitting me right now? Is it because it's not the feature raid? All right, so what does the 2-piece for Root of Nightmares do? Which one? Hold on. Which one is better, Loco? I want you to choose based on truly which armor set is the best. Is the Root of Nightmare build better, or is the Salvation's Edge better? Salvation's Edge, okay. All right, so we would have to do Salvation's Edge, fucking Master. Root of Nightmares is ass compared to Salvation's Edge. Read Loco. What did Loco say? If you don't want to grind the armor set, instead get right into it, just use the 4-piece void set. What is... I don't even know if I've got the 4-piece void set. I don't think I do. What's this do? Rapidly defeating bounds of void energy spawns a void breach. After collecting void breach, your next final blow with the void weapon triggers a detonation. The detonation is more powerful. It's triggered after collecting a void breach. Okay. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna grind Salvation's Edge today. I love you guys, but I've done raids with you all, and I can tell you right now, a master version of this would fucking suck. Okay. I'm hoping next week this will be the feature raid, and if that's the case, I will gladly do it with you guys then. Okay. What catalyst drops from Nezarec, Diesel? Hold on. You guys are the same people that joined up on me for not even a master version of Crota's Inn. And it took us 6 hours. 6. Okay, hold on. Okay. Not even master. You're telling me that we're going to somehow clear master fucking Salvation's Edge? Mac, I'll raid with you. Mac, if you want to raid, you let me know, my man. But that was content for who? Not for me. 6 hours for a normal Crota is crazy. I'm not going to lie. It was awful. It was absolutely awful. Here's what I can do. I need to finish up this build battle. We can grind for the void sets. I don't even think I got any. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I even have any Ingrams. What's the catalyst from Root of Nightmares, though? Sounds good, Mac. Mac, what raid were you wanting to do? Which one in particular are you wanting to go for? Conditional, it gives it rhyme still in a hill clip, I believe. Damn, that actually sounds pretty good. Mac, if you want, we may just farm Nezarec. If you're down. Just for the catalyst. Yeah, I'm completely down. You get rhyme and heal clip from that shit. That's pretty hot. Mac, how long are you going to be on today? I may take like an hour. Or about an hour and a half getting this full set. I'll find some strong soldiers. Chat sent me $100 for a spot on the team. My God. Yeah, Mac, just let me know, man. I'll join up. You DM me. I can like always pause my I can pause my stuff too. I can literally pause it in between. All right, let me grab this. For you, Mac, I can. All right, let's see. All right, chats. Let's see if we got enough for this. I do not. I have a Titan helmet. Hold on. I have a Titan helmet. I have Titan gauntlets. Oh, the helmet doesn't even matter. I have legs. I have legs. I don't have a chest. That's what I mean. So literally just one more piece. Okay. Let me run. Let me do some arena ops. This is the D3 waiting room. Indeed it is, my man. Indeed it is. Bungie. God, dog it, Bungie. God, dog. Sony. You've got to make a fucking D3. That or Destiny Infinity or something. Something, man. Cross complaining about a normal LFG experience for us normal gamers. The 6-hour normal raid is the standard, and tons of people saying they know what to do but clearly don't, and running double primary and LMGs for DPS. 6 hours. I'm gonna be honest. I think I would have had better luck with LFG. There's like, to me, it's like people you know who are gamers, all right? Then it's like, all right, people you know, individual Discord LFGs that are, of course, curated. And then it's like in-game LFG under that. And then it's like random people on Reddit. Friends that quit playing a decade ago. And then somewhere down here is where I would probably put chat. You know what I'm saying? Probably some, Tycho, yeah. Here comes the island board. It's good, man. It's good. Who makes those protein bars? I don't know. They're called David now. There was a guy who was like best friends with Epstein. But he's not at the company anymore. Sad, he's not at the company anymore. Jeez, come on. It's got great fucking macros. Alright? Would you consider playing Dune Awakening? I had a good time playing it, yeah. Look, I read it. I'm not gonna go for that piece. Why would I go for that when Salvation Edge exists? Motherfuckers would do everything but eat a steak for protein. First up. That's not very budget friendly. Secondly, my hemorrhoids really flare up if I eat too much steak. I can eat it like, you know. Like maybe twice a week. But if I was to eat like a steak a day, holy shit. No, man, I eat chicken, fish, duck. Oh yeah, duck. Shit. I don't really eat pork that much. Four eggs a day is super optimal. What I eat daily, I do like the David bars. I'm gonna be honest. I think they taste great. On 28 grams of protein, I think they taste great. But I love duck eggs. I love Greek yogurt. Anybody here has like a sweet tooth? Greek yogurt and some fruit, man. It deals with that so well. I don't put sugar in it. It's like just a little bit of some blueberries, and some Greek yogurt, man. Good. It's good. You probably do a little honey on it if you want. Yeah. But I don't like buying sweetened yogurt. Just raw Greek yogurt. You need to read the lawsuit about David bars and the calorie to fat content. They're fudging the numbers. Damn it, don't tell me that. It's one thing that the guy knew Epstein. Now you're telling me they're lying. Look at it. Look at it. Hold on. Find me the details on it. Mods, find me the details. No, I haven't looked into it for a minute. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe it's all bullshit. The lawsuit has been recently dropped. Oh, all right. So you're telling me David bars are good. That's what's up, baby. That's what's up. That's beautiful to know. Loco, I don't know if I mean, I'm going to run your build, but I just don't think it's going to be good, man. Like, at least from what I'm seeing, it just doesn't look like it's going to be better than less. I mean, I'll go to work and get it, but it just doesn't seem like it looks mediocre at best. I'm not saying you didn't make good builds before. I mean, you have, but I'm saying that you said your wave splitter build will be better than Les's wave splitter build. And I'm just a bit skeptical. That's all I'm saying. I'm not rage baiting you. I'm just saying I'm a bit skeptical. You seen the news about the GTA Ultimate Edition paywall features, by the way? I have not. What's going on? Chat, is GTA going to cost a lot of money? What is that? $80. $80 for the standard edition. $100 for the complete edition. $100 paywall for shops, mods, and vehicles. Well, I think they just know people are going to pay for it. I mean, I'm not too familiar with GTA's previous, I just say their previous monetization, so. My God. Holy shit. Can you two-tap when kill clip rampage? I know you could back in the day. Firefly, you get a lone wolf on this thing? No. Yes, with 130 weapon stats. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Kill clip and massive arms is better, though. Oh, okay. Well, I actually... Oh, I have it. Oh, my God. But it's not as shiny, though. Shiny is sexy, dude. Kill clip Mac House is the play. All right, that boosts it up even further. Ooh. Oh, that's kind of cool. All right, all right. Close enough. All right, let me see. Did we get any armor pieces for that? Nothing. I don't understand. I thought Arena Ops was supposed to drop armor. Or did RNG just fuck us? Son of a bitch. Man, I just tore my fucking shirts. Brad, fix it. Ventor with the sub. Thank you so much, my man. Mystery Raven. Thank you, brother. Hold on. People are saying I need to what? Are you talking about just going and picking up pieces? Oh, yeah. What do you want? Do we want super and weapon? You want powerhouse? Same shirt, yeah. I know, Loco. I know you did, but just tell me right now. Grenade and super must be 100. Grenade and super. Okay. I think I have enough, guys. I'm curious on the boss damage from Loco's build. Me too. Les, I'm gonna be honest, I'm super skeptical, Les. I don't know how his build is going to outperform yours. I'm just super skeptical. I had my problems with your build yesterday, but it was actually a pretty good build. I've seen his in action. It's great for ad clear. Oh. All right. 100 grenade, 100 super, 100 class, 100 weapons. A 100 grenade. $100 super. 100 class. And 100 weapon. Best I can do is weapon is 80. That's fine, doesn't matter. With Sanders with the 2 months. Thank you so much, man. Tip top place with the 28. Thank you. And Dami, thank you for the 7 months as well, my man. R Dub with the 14. Much love, fellas. Much love. You should try out Solar Hunter. We will. I'm sure we will, guys. So we're doing build battles. I promise you, we're going to make our way to literally everything. Dude, is nobody concerned the amount of accounts that are popping up that are obviously AI accounts, like just straight up fake accounts? I'm not even talking about bots. I'm talking about like there are people creating AI, like straight up just like AI, I guess, influencers, if you will. At what point are we interacting? Like, at what point are we going to be interacting with someone that we believe is a real person, and then it turns out they're AI or a collection of AIs? Am I even real? I don't know. I feel real. I feel pretty real. Prove to us you're real. Ah. What is something only? Put on a t-shirt right now. You know, I tried wearing a t-shirt one day with you fuckers. And, God, that mutiny in the stream, man. Remember that shit? I was out with the fam that day. It was like Halloween or something like that. And I came, or like right around the Halloween time. And I came in here with a t-shirt on. And you fuckers were like, no. Put your uniform back on. Elemental supercharger. What the fuck drip is this? Loco, what am I looking at? Grape Titan? Oh shit. Big class mod. Perfection. All right, all right. Well, you have no ornaments? You're really gonna blame my ornaments right now? This looks like dog shit. Which just doesn't matter. I mean, as long as it plays well, that's all that really matters. What are the weapons? The weapons are going to be Wave Splitter. Just like Les's build. This is Wave Splitter versus Wave Splitter. But it's who is the better Wave Splitter class? Actually, what is my weapon supposed to be? Your shit's not showing up. No, they're not. They're not a dim. Oh, okay. Yeah, they are. Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you, Loco. I'm about to fucking ban you. You keep coming in with some bullshit. Pick normal fucking weapons. You want me to go get a strike? Now you want me to go get a striker? This fucking guy, dude. This fucking guy. This fucking guy. With the Wave Splitter Catalyst? It's this right here. Deals the same damage, creates an orb power. So it's just an attrition and detonator. Cross complain about grinding is the same. No. I know Loco. He puts things on his build just to fucking put them. All right. This is, look, I'm telling you, I know this guy. He's like, what can I put on this build to make me look educated? Oh yes. Let me go grab this fucking weapon no one's ever heard of. What a horrible team player. First up, there's 5 other people in here. All right. They're fine. Oh, you know what I'm saying? They're completely fine. They got this shit. Oh my God. So good. Bilson with the 5 gifted subs. Bilson, thank you so much for the big 5 chat. Please drop some love and everyone. So how am I supposed to use this build, Loco? What's the gameplay loop? Pick up an orb, shoot shit. How's this? And this is supposed to be better? Chat, somebody take me back to 2021, 2022, 2023. Damn it, boys. We were so spoiled. Yeah. All right, get it the rest of the way, guys. Get it the rest of the way. Oh my god, I got fucking nukes. That's right, carried those balls. Fight the road in the dome, unravel in the dome, shoot out of your dome when enemies are in the dome, move the dome to more enemies. Put it in, baby, put it in. Okay, did you get it? There you go, buddy. Yeah, instructions sound pretty shitty. I'm not gonna lie. All right, I'm gonna quit being a hater. I'll figure it out. So chat, when this came out, what did that? But that would have been 2021, right? Oh, what a time, man! What a time! What a time, dude! What a time! Destiny was cooking then. Blues Actual with the 10 gifted subs. By the way, Loco, this doesn't really feel like a wave splitter build. It seems like a use everything build and then occasionally use wave splitter. You know what I'm saying? You know where I'm coming from? It's wave splitter 90% of the time, but just in the dome. So you're saying never shoot outside of the dome? Okay. No, you can shoot outside of the dome? What's the easiest way for me to apply Unravel? But only when, no, you can, but only when enemies are in the dome? You can, so you're telling me you can shoot outside the dome, but only when enemies are in the dome. What are you saying to me right now? Leave 1 to 2 enemies in the dome. But why? I'll take a, yeah, I'm gonna take a look. You know, maybe this is a comprehension issue on my part. It could very well be that. Yeah, could be that. Why are we in arena ops? Because he wants me, Loco wants me to get the striker sword. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hold on. Push the dome. Nice. Hold on. Leave them in the dome. Here. Shoot everything outside of the dome. All right, I'm doing it. I'm shooting outside of the dome. Wow, that's impressive. No. You got to be inside the dome. Shoot alongside the overside of the dome. Oh. I still don't. What do we? Loco! Loco, come back. Come back. No. I think it's good. This is good. This is good. All right, here we go. Here we go. Shoot. Wait, am I even doing damage? Am I even doing damage? The enemy's in the dome. Shoot it. So don't shoot them through the dome. Loco, rewrite your instructions. Rewrite your instructions again. You want to go around the in the dome, around the dome. I don't know what you're. Be more specific with your feedback. No, Loco, no. Am I 2 in or 2 out? Rub the dome. I am. Once I get this drop, we're gonna go Destiny. Do all that shit. An enemy has to be inside the dome for you to shoot the enemies through the dome. Oh, but hold on, Loco. Can I even do damage to them outside of the dome? But you're saying it has to be in the dome. Well, that's like literally all you have to say, man. That's, you know where it come from? I feel like that was like really drawn out. That's all you have to tell me. You just say it just like that. That's pretty straightforward. Oh shit. I got, oh my god, look at this sexy thing. Hot damn it, redirection rampage. Oh! All right, Loco, what's the role you want me to use? Use the surrounded role. What do you want me to use with it? I mean, my role is in dim, but this is fine. Impromptu ammunition plus sharp harvest. I mean, that's the role right there. You just told me to use surrounded. That's what you just told me just now. What a thick fucking sword. Hot damn, brother. That shit looks like he could do some damage. I am. All right, chats. Let's take a read. The expanded build loop. Create an overpower from any source to empower Wave Splitter and grant unraveling rounds to your strand weapon. Use your grenade, your melee, your class ability initially to grant an overshoot. Start volatile rounds for Wave Splitter and grant increased melee and grenade regeneration rates. Use Wave Splitter to spread suppression, volatile, and weaken to all targets via the artifact. Assuming that you're surrounded by enemies, you should get your super extremely quickly. Pop your bubble. Enemies inside are weakened and blind. Spam grenade melee. Fire your unraveling weapon at an enemy inside the bubble to start the strand chain. Unravel and sever should spread everywhere. Stack the Saint buff and reposition your bubble where needed for maximum bubble duration. You will almost always get another bubble before your original expires if done right. Use the Wave Splitter for continuous damage in a bubble, and if low on ammo, search for burst damage in the bubble to regenerate ammo or damage against bosses. Notes: you can shoot through the bubble if there are enemies inside the bubble. This works both ways. For additional damage, cycle the weapon we don't fucking have with unraveling orbs from the artifact. If low on ammo, Striker's Sure Hand Sword does well at getting back ammo. It's fine. Is Tahoma good enough? It's good enough. To be honest, just you surrounded, bro. I honestly think you're better off. Ammo is a non-issue. You saying use this roll? Okay. All right, so let me get this right. Pop bubble, shoot things in bubble, shoot things outside of bubble. How do I know if I'm shooting things inside the bubble too much? Should I worry about that? Should I keep a thing in the bubble with me at all times? Should I always prioritize killing things in the bubble? All right. Well. Oh my God, these hips, chats. I'm telling you, these hips, dude. Ah. Chad, if there was like one workout to get the hip, I mean like low back hips, just get that stretch, dude. Oh Lord, it's too rigid. It's too rigid out here. Shit's way too rigid. Oh. Oh. we go, baby. Here we go. Yes. Yes. You have no barrier? This is what you told me to use. What do you want? This is your build. What? But my strength fusion is barrier? Son of a bitch. Hold on. Mine are all... I have a stasis one. Oh, fuck, that's the wrong thing. Oh, pretty good. Oh. I have no ammo. Yeah! All right, the anti-barrier problem is solved. Yeah, this is not good. Lovely. Lovely. Oh, we got so fucking lucky, brother. We got so lucky. Is there an active eggplant going on? Wow. Y'all know it doesn't count. The bet's active right now. I don't know, boys. Getting kind of sketchy. Getting kind of sketchy out here. Can I fucking chill? Yeah! God, I fucking missed that weapon, actually. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Let's have better DPS. Well, Les's build was pretty good, but it did get shit on in the boss room. It really did. We're gonna see how this one does. Oh fuck. No way. Nice. This is the save build. I don't know if I would go that far. We died. We already died once. I literally popped above on every boss, but this is also fallen, so we will see. Consider either two Nova bombs to the ground. This should be better DPS. Are you saying that was operational or operator error? Is that what you're trying to fucking say, motherfucker? Okay, that's kind of hot. Kind of hot. Kind of nukes everything right there. That's a big boy. Big. Oh. Nice! Okay, that was pretty hot. Nah, that was pretty fucking good. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get this guy real quick. Yeah, baby. Again, our app's surrounded on this. So I feel like for the boss, we're going to probably do some pretty chunky damage. All right. All right. I'm seeing it. It's kind of cooking. Kind of cooking. And it's creative. And it's taking advantage of new shit. That being the rework to Bubble and Helm of St. 14. Again, guys, we're using Helm right here. Weapon of Light persists after exiting Ward of Dawn. While Weapons of Light is active, final blows are sustained damage against damage grants stacks of the Saint. Void and kinetic damage sources also trigger a suppressing burst. You pick up Ward of Dawn, consumes all stacks of the Saint, and extends its duration. That's why we're able to go from bubble to bubble. Wow. I'm pleasantly surprised. Hold on, this is the real test though. We're talking too good about this shit. Let's go try this in this boss room. Oh, this is a big boy. Ooh. Yeah! 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 Where the fuck did this guy go? Dude, look how long the damn super lasts. What in the fuck? What's happening? What's happening? It's still going. Damn. I think Loco, man, look, that's what I'm talking about, Chad. Y'all coming here, y'all talk so much shit to Loco. Like, Loco, you don't know what you're talking about. Loco, you're washed. Loco, good shit, man. Good shit. You keep proving the haters wrong, Loco. Hold on, let me change up. Let's do midnight. Loco, you don't let this chat get you down, buddy. The gaslighting is real? What? Man, I tell you what, people be throwing out terms. I don't even, who even know? Who even came up with such a term? All these damn Zoomer terms. Spend your scrap? No, this is a build a battle, not a. Give me that joint. Give me that joint. Give me that yoink. Yeah, baby, yeah. Give me that yoink. Yes. We already got a super back. Holy shit. Let's go. Let's fuck him up. Yeah! Okay, we got him. Oh, fuck. Damn! Back in the day, we would have lived through that. Fuck. Fuck, dude. Fuck. That is not good, brother. I thought we could tank it, dude. Obviously, we cannot. Holy shit, dude. That does so much damage. You can shoot from the outside in. Loco, I know, but I mean, you know, this is a bubble time. Did you see Saint go down? When you know what I mean? When Gaul attacked the last city, did you see Zavala get killed in his own bubble? Fuck no. I'm throwing it out there. Oh my god. Ooh. There we go, baby. There we go. There we go. There we go. Let's cook them. Let's cook them. We've got blinding. We've got suppression. A little bit of unravel mixed in here. Yeah! Okay, that went really well. Oh yeah, you get it back so fast. Other than the explosive shanks, everything has been working fantastically. But now we know. Now we know. Hold on. The question was, because you guys probably had that question too. Can we tank explosive shanks? And turns out you cannot. But you know, somebody has to test that shit. No one, everyone asked that question. I you know what I mean? Like the first question I had. Yes, yes. Perfect. How can I farm enhancement prisms? Oh, that's a good question, because that's what I'm out of as well. Oh yeah, we will have a tormentor to deal with at some point. Honestly, I think we're gonna fuck tormentors up. We're not gonna buy shacks. We're not buying anything, any defenses. This is just the build by itself. It gets fucked. Yeah, I figured it would be. Nice. Oh, so it doesn't work. There it is. Oh my god, it really does just lock down an area. Let me leave them up on these surrounded procs. There we go. Go over there. Fuck. This is not working out well. Hold on, hold on. There we go. Yeah! Yeah! I don't have surrounded though. Oh, there we go. Nice. No, the boss damage is actually really good. I was just fucking the bubble placement on that one. Freeze round in the boss room? Yeah, actually, though. All right, let's see how this goes. Yeah! 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 All right, I got the extension here. Got it. Yeah! Oh my god, that does so much. Dude, Bubble is so strong now. You're able to like double, maybe even like, I don't know if it's triple the duration, but man, it lasts so long. You won't have it for the next wave? Oh. Probably okay. Let's see. I'll go back through these rolls after. We'll probably be okay. And it's so big, yes. That's just so crazy. The bubble. So not only do you last longer, but it's double the size now too. It's roughly double the size. Yo, have you not realized how big the bubble is? All right, so I have no bubble right now. This is going to be an interesting run. Actually, hold on. I'm going to go ahead and just do this. We're going to yoink him. Yoink them all in here. Yeah! Oh no. Oh, that works. Oh, here's a good test. We're gonna get tormentors on this too. Oh, this is gonna be wild. I can't get to it. If it was anything but explosive shanks, I would not have been that concerned about pushing these guys. But unfortunately, it was all explosive shanks. We still have a tormentor up too. Yeah, Shank's direct counter this shit. That's not good, dude. Fuck, dude. Not good. Not good at all. That one round really just fucked us up so bad. It's gonna be tight, man. I don't know how I'm gonna keep him off of it. I have to bubble. I gotta bubble the spawn big time. I can't buy any upgrades, guys. It completely defeats the purpose of the build. The question is it going to do a tormentor right now? It does, Carnage. Coming in right now. Perfect. Woo! Man! I thought that was it, guys. I thought that was it. I thought I placed the bubble in the wrong spot, too. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. All right, let's see what the final boss is. Interesting. Okay. Just get it, baby. Oh my God. These are such big chunks of damage. Got him, buddy. I felt like we zoomed through that, man. It got sketchy because I misplayed one of those waves terribly. And we had the explosive shanks. But I felt like we zoomed through that shit. Hold up, hold on. I want everyone, you know, I want you to vote on the build that you think popped off the most here. Okay, you have Les's build, and you have our build here from Loco. Which one you think did the best? I will say the direct counter to this build is explosive enemies, primarily explosive shanks. But that's, I mean, that would be the counter to many builds. Mods, can we get a poll here? This one has a lot better boss damage. Well, I will say this. Loco, you told us to go in here without this sword and do the other one, but I think Surrounded and Rampage was such a good play here for Striker's Sure Hand. This thing puts out so much fucking damage, guys. All you want to do is increase your charge rate and just do a couple light attacks and slam. Specifically for bosses and for nuking champs. Not gonna lie, that gameplay made me want to play Titan. It's a very nice. I just didn't have it myself. I'm very happy you got it. Okay. Damn, dude. The Titan Helm Wave Splitter is winning by a large margin. 93% are voting for it over Les's Warlock Mantle Wave Splitter build. It made me want to pick up Titan, not gonna lie. Yeah, dude, the whole bubble play, like so you want to get kills, accumulate stacks of the Saint, then pick up the bubble, throw it down into a group of enemies again. It pulls the enemies in. It extends the duration, and just keep going with it. Why Wave Splitter though? Because Wave Splitter is a really good weapon, guys. When you overcharge it, when you pick up an orb, which we're creating orbs left and right, it does a lot. It actually does a lot of damage. But then you have the exotic catalyst here, which is new. Dealing sustained damage creates an orb of power. So feeds literally into the weapon. And then you have detonator beam as well. It prints orbs. And it does a lot of damage as well, guys. Like, all bullshit aside, there's a lot of damage. Oh, that's a great point. So Loco says, if you don't want to use Wave Splitter with this build, Turncoat is also really good for this build. I bet Turncoat is pretty good for it. Yeah. We're getting close to the exotic catalyst as well. So if you'd rather use Turncoat, you can use Turncoats. Diamond with the 40 gifted Diamond Ego Bronze Elo with the 40 gifted subs. Diamond, thank you so much for that. Chat, please drop some love and eggplants right now for this man. Ah, damn. Damn, some of these rolls are so good. Look at that. I got explosive and kinetic trimmers. Shit. I got bewildering and attrition. I got to keep all of these. The bubble spam is very cool. I'm glad Bubble Titan got some love. Me too, man. Me too. It needed it. It really needed it. No one was no one was using it. My Strand Fusion has Surrounded on it. It's the SRL one. It's amazing for this. I see. That's why we don't have it. So the fusion he's talking about, chat, go here and attune to this weapon right here. It also counters barrier champions. And he's saying that this is the better fusion rifle over the one that I was using, which is this Tahoma. I think what I like about this build is that it uses some really cool shit that you don't normally see in other builds. Even if it does annoy me. Yeah, good shit, Loco. Good shit. Loco, I had a feeling your build was gonna cook. I had a feeling. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. Uh-oh, internet's going out. Oh, I love it. I love it. This is what we pay extra for. Oh, there we go. We're good. We're good. Dim link? Yeah, dim link. Loco, you can drop your dim link in here if you want. Yeah, that was a hot one though, man. That was a very hot one. Did y'all see the 46-minute long video from Bife? Or a 45-minute long video? Destiny 2 lore, the complete lore of the Winnower. The final enemy. This is everything we know about the Winnower. Incorrect title. Pete Parsons is the final enemy. Yeah, yeah. Sure. It's still not worth using. Yep. I still haven't watched the hidden cutscene. Good. Logo's got the dim link. He'll drop it in here, guys. If only Cross wasn't addicted to high-fiving explosive shanks with his forehead, could have been rich. Man, look, dude, everyone wanted to know. I wanted to know too. Could you live? Could you live? That was the question. Could you live through it? And now we know. Now we know. I saw this video a few weeks ago. Let's get more build battles in. This video came out a few weeks ago. Motherfucker, are people just saying things now? This video came out yesterday. What? You may not care about context and story, but I do. I like lore. I like to know who it is that's trying to fuck me and why and how they would do it. Oh, there goes the internet. I went and made some lunch. We're having some jalapeno chicken right now. With a little bit of cheese. Some cauliflower. Factor. Probably one of my favorite meals from them. I like that, and there's like one that's like a taco bowl. Hitting 2 minutes on a microwave isn't making lunch. Well, what do you think justifies as making lunch? Ross, please react to Luke Stevens. Luke Stevens, these nuts. Okay, we'll take a look. That sounds like a boomer trying to tell people to just work harder. So let me get this right. What if you made the lunch the day before, but then you eat it up the next day? You're telling me that that doesn't qualify as lunch? Yeah, that's how I look at. I look at lunch as anything you consume around the time of lunch. Reheating does not count as making lunch. Man, I didn't realize just how bougie everybody was in here. I didn't realize that. You guys draw hard lines when it comes to food. Okay, all right. Chat has expensive taste, Cross. It's like listening to an audiobook isn't reading. Yeah! Actually, no. We might have a future sponsorship coming up, and let me just say I've always loved audiobooks. I actually think it might be better. You get more of a flavor. You know what I'm saying? What's my favorite book? I give you my 7 favorite books. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Harry Potter and the Dementors. My favorite books, man. My favorite books. Bro's never read a book in his life. Really? Is that really what you think of me? You think what? You look upon me right now. You think I've never read a book? I'm very hurt right now. I'm very hurt. We know Titans can't read. You know how many TWABs I have read? That counts for something. I read a bunch of them. All right, all right. You want me to throw some shit out here? How many of you read Lonesome Dove? Dead Man's Walk? Comanche Moon? Streets of Laredo? Brother, you want to talk about some good books? Oh, yeah. That's some good shit. Louis L'Amour, Silver Canyon, baby. Oh, now that one's a good one. Or we start talking about Sackett's, the Sackett series. You made those words up? You're making up all these books? Are you fucking kidding me? Y'all never heard of Lonesome Dove? Oh, this is a classic, my guy. This is a classic. What is going on? Listen, listen, listen. If you ever get a chance, there's a movie too. Read this book. It's long. Personally, Streets of Laredo, which is the fourth one in this series, in my opinion, is the best one. And damn good books, man. It's you read your last haul kind of books. Yeah, I like good westerns. I do like good westerns. I think that's a good book. I'll tell you a series that I read when I was a kid. I read this series right here when I was a kid. It's like I think in 5th grade, 6th grade. And man, I thought it was so good. It's written by the same person who wrote Hunger Games. But this is before Hunger Games. This is before she got big with Hunger Games, Suzanne. The Gregor the Overlander series. It was so good, guys. So good. I'm just saying. Yeah, I know these are like, I don't know if you call them kid books, but I would probably read them as an adult. What a throwback. Did I read the Twilight series? Yeah, I did. But I read the Twilight series before they became movies. Oh, I read that shit, yeah. I thought it was kind of good. I thought the books were kind of good. I was never Team Jacob. I was always Team Edward. Oh, last book suggestion that I would give you. God, what was the name of it? You ever want to read a really, really good book? Read The Sea Wolf. That's a solid one. This one's a good one. Ever get a chance, get you read The Sea Wolf. What, y'all don't like talking about books? Hold on, you're the ones that come in here and told me I don't fucking read. The Ender Game series. And you're also not going to like this. There's a lot of great series out there, and this is not me talking shit about Lord of the Rings. But this is one of the best series you will ever read. One of the best series. Really, you could stop at Inheritance, but if you real dedicated, you can continue. No. All those dragon books you see being made today. What is the one? Fourth Wing and all that shit. All that's porn disguised. Okay, the writer's a good writer. Fourth Wing's pretty good. But there's a lot of like romance in those. Okay? It's like 50 Shades of Grey with fucking dragons. This is a legitimate good series. The kind of series that should have became a show. It really should have became a show, or at least redid the movies. Fourth Wing is insane. Oh, dude, I stopped in the second book, man. You know what I mean? When it was like page 100 something of the second book. And she's like, fucking, he fucking grabs me by the back of my hair. And I told him, spit in my mouth. You know what I mean? Spit on that thing. Fucking talk shit to me. You know what I come from? It's like, God, doggy, man. I can't read it no more. That's that shit I like. That's the Fourth Wing series is a good show. It's a good series. It really is a good series of books, but it leans into that that other stuff. Did you look up? But there's so many great books out there, man. I will say, though, as an adult, I don't read nearly as much as I used to when I was a kid. As a kid, as a teenager, I read so much more. As an adult, I don't read nearly enough. Or the things I do read they're not fiction. You know what I mean? They're like normally some bullshit, but this life related. You know what I mean? Might be some like finance shit. Ben Bernanke's biography or something fucked up. Not actually stuff I want to read. Now we just rage bait on Twitter. There you go. Ben Bernanke's the true witness. Killed with a massive raid right now. Killed by Cornball. Thank you so much, chat. Can we get some shout outs here? Can we get some shout outs? I did read the last book I read. Or just about read all of it, was John D. Rockefeller's biography. And all I got from that book was that motherfucker was ruthless. And kind of an asshole. And there just wasn't any laws back then. You know, you kind of do kind of whatever you want. Now, here's the thing. He always went to church. You know, he always, he was there every Sunday. Very disciplined with his kids. But in the business world, ruthless, man. Ruthless ain't even the word. If he knew you were building an oil rig somewhere, because a lot of these people would be leveraged, he would go in, say this tree is the oil rig, right? Johnny Rockefeller would go in and buy up all the land around the oil rig, just like this. And then you strike oil. You're like, hey, I found oil. And then you're like, but I need to get the oil out of here. But you couldn't move it. You couldn't build the pipeline because John owned all the land around the oil rig. You see where I'm coming from? I drink your milkshake. And so this guy with the oil will eventually go belly up, bankrupt, and then John D. Rockefeller roll in there and buy the rig up. We're about to. And that was just one tactic. A lot of tactics. But just one tactic. I tell you, I wanted to watch this video. Why everyone wants a live service game. And this one hits close to home. This is from Jason Schreier right here, guys.
Hello. Live service has become one of the dirtiest phrases in the video game industry. If you say it in front of a gamer, chances are they will roll their eyes, they will scoff at you, they will spit in your face, they will slap you, they will do, well, maybe not go that far. But look, people hate the idea of live service games, and there's a good reason for that. Over the last decade, we have seen video game companies force their studios into creating live service games, or at the very least pressure them into doing so. And as a result, we've seen some of people's favorite game studios get kind of eviscerated.
Easy. Spit on me, you say. Calm down.
or at the very least, their reputations have been shattered. We've seen games like Anthem and Suicide Squad and many more come out to negative reception and mediocre commercial success as a result of the companies behind them saying, hey, you, single player studio that is really good at making games in a specific genre, why don't you now try making a multiplayer live service game? But what exactly is a live service game, and why have they become such a popular trend? Why do companies want them so badly? Why has Sony once said, why did Sony say a few years ago they were going to make at least 12 live service games, much to fans' chagrin? I think it's really important to understand this, because rather than just getting angry online about this trend, which don't get me wrong, it's okay to do, I think it's important to get why it's happening. So let's go back in time a little bit. There was once an era, let's call it, 2000 to 2010, when big game companies could find a lot of success by releasing a string of new games every year, multiple new games every year, so-called AAA games that were considered high-end graphical fidelity for the time, that maybe cost between, let's call it $10 to $30 million to produce, and that were pretty reliably going to sell at least 1 million copies and make their companies a significant amount of money. Something changed over the course of the 2010s and into the 2020s, which is that these games started to cost a lot more. We've seen games go from $20 to $30 million to make to $200 to $300 million to make. And that's kind of the floor for AAA games these days. You can see some of my previous videos for why games have taken so long to make, and also why they cost.
That's a great video. We're probably going to watch that too, but that's a great video.
Cost so much to make, but that is what happened. As a result of that, it was no longer possible to just spend your way to success. Games these days that spend upwards of $300+ million are requiring such a sales threshold to actually see a return on that investment that is no longer possible to just brute force your way into a hit. As a result, companies have looked around and said, hey, this is a volatile hit-driven industry. It's always been a volatile hit-driven industry, but in the past, we could at least find some success by just consistently releasing games in these hit franchises and then making sequels out of them and continuing to try new things, and we would generally get results. Now, the stakes are too high. The costs are too big, the lengths of these development cycles are too long, so we can't do that anymore. Well, what can we do? How can we make sure that we stay solvent and stay afloat and continue making money, whether we're privately owned and we're just making money for our investors and our owners, or we are publicly owned and we are continually making a profit and seeing growth for our shareholders? That is kind of our reason for existence, is to do that. So, and again, we're not talking about indies here. That's a different world that I'll get into in a future video. We're talking about the kind of the big budget, the companies that are trying to make the big bucks out of video games, the Ubisofts and EAs and Activisions of the world. At the same time, we are seeing an explosion in so-called live service games. Now, live service games have been around for a very long time. The idea of a live service game is essentially a game. Man, I should have started with this, but hey, I don't edit here. I just record raw, so I'm going to give a definition of live service right now. A live service game is a video game that is designed for recurring monetization. It is as simple as that. I've seen a lot of people get this wrong, use this as kind of use this in the wrong way, use that term to describe games that are absolutely not live service games. Most notably, there were headlines a couple of months ago when that game from the Imagine Dragons people came out, Last Flag. There were headlines that called it a live service game. That was not a live service game. That was a game you bought once and you played multiplayer, but there was no recurring monetization in that game. A live service game is a game that has recurring monetization, period.
What happened in that game? How did that game do, by the way? If I understand correctly about that game, Imagine Dragons teamed up with the developer, right, to make that game? Dragon Eats Nuts? Okay, yeah. Oh, the singer's brother is a developer. I gotcha. Didn't do too well. Okay.
It can be a single player game. Usually it is a multiplayer game. Some developers have released single player games that just will continue to get expansions and new content that is sold piecemeal. That is a live service game. But most of the time it is an online game that has some sort of monetization that is designed for recurring spend. In other words, they want players to start playing the game and keep spending money over time. One of the most popular live service games way back in the day was EverQuest. One of the first big, or certainly the biggest MMO for its era, which came out in 1999 and required people to not only buy a box product, but also pay monthly for a subscription, which of course led to a lot of recurring revenue. Then came World of Warcraft, which really exploded that formula. It took EverQuest subscribers and multiplied them by 10 and then by 20. Even bigger version of a live service game that really just kind of dominated Blizzard and turned it into such a powerhouse over the years. Then we saw other examples of that. League of Legends was another prominent live service game. Counter-Strike, many more. Dota 2. But really, it was Fortnite that really sent the dollar signs, visions of dollar signs into the heads of executives worldwide. And that's because Fortnite was one of the most popular. Fortnite came out and became a cultural phenomenon. It reached millions and millions and millions of people and got them in for free. It was free to play. You could just jump in, download it without paying a cent, and then got them paying for skins, for costumes, for dances, for all sorts of stuff, and kept them playing through this kind of just never-ending model of adding new stuff to the game, changing the maps, adding new seasons full of content, adding new characters, and so on and so forth.
Guys, do we have a number on Fortnite? How much has Fortnite made over its life? How much has Fortnite made over its lifetime? Good God Almighty. Google says between 40 and 43 billion dollars. Holy shit. Well, it says right here, even now, it says in recent years, it is now stabilized to earn anywhere between 3 billion and 6 billion annually. On a micro level, Fortnite consistently brings in an estimated 8 million to 11 million every single day. Somebody can do the math on all of this. Well, I mean, look, my brothers who are around like that 20, 21 age, 22, when we were growing up, like my friends and I, and probably you guys, our game that we would jump back into as we were spread across the world, you know, careers and whatever else, was Halo. We would call each other up and say, hey, man, we want to do Halo tonight. And we would jump in, we would play Halo. That's been our go-to. Even when Destiny was out, because my friends, they didn't commit. Some of them committed hours, but many of them just didn't commit the hours necessary to play Destiny. Halo was just that jump-in game that we would play. But for my brothers, their whole generation, all their buddies, Fortnite is that game. Fortnite is their game, dude. The game that they all jump into on the weekends when they got all the boys around. They jump in, play Fortnite, drop some money on some skins. That's what they do, man.
So every company looked over that and said, hey, wow, these live service games can be pretty popular and can make a bunch of money. We should get some of those. And there were a couple of reasons for that. I mean, first and foremost, it's because that's an easy way to make money. And a lot of these companies are just jumping on trends as often as possible, as we saw a few years ago during the era of NFTs, which was quickly followed by the era of metaverse, when pretty much every game company, whether or not they'll admit it now, was talking about how NFTs were going to be the future on their earnings calls, and in a way to appease investors that thought that NFTs were going to be the future, which is just, I mean, I think even at the time most people realized how silly that was. But anyway, the point is that the games industry is very much a trend chasing industry. When League of Legends came out, everyone wanted to do MOBAs.
Yep.
When World of Warcraft came out, everyone wanted to do MMOs.
Everybody.
Ultimately, you only see a couple of winners out of these trends, but it is a trend-driven industry, and we've seen it's very much a copycat industry. We've seen that.
I mean, like, if you look at even at Destiny, I would even say Borderlands came before Destiny, but like Destiny made, in my opinion, made so many companies take a stab at looter shooters because of the success that Destiny had.
Happen over and over again. So a lot of these executives are looking at live service games and saying, hey, I went in on that trend. I went in on that money. And that is kind of reason number one, of course. But there's another reason, a more existential reason, a reason that I think follows more sound logic than just, I want money, that makes money, give me one of those. And that reason is that a live service game can be the backbone of your company and allow you to keep making money in an industry that is volatile and can otherwise lead you to fall apart if you release a few bad bets, which is what happened to Ubisoft. Ubisoft, for people who haven't been following, really peaked in 2017 or 2018 or so with some of their games that were really big hits, like Assassin's Creed Odyssey and The Division 2, and then shortly afterwards had a string of really big flops that led to the company really struggling in recent years. If you look at their stock chart over the last decade or so, it kind of looks like this, like it's like a good comparison might be, if you are a basketball fan, the win probability chances of the Spurs against the Knicks for 4 games, which is like anyway, so
he ain't lying about Ubisoft, by the way. If you are a shareholder of Ubisoft, I'm sorry. Well, I put it to you like this. If you are a shareholder of Ubisoft and you've been holding Ubisoft since 18, 19, 2020, 2021, I'm sorry. Ubisoft is down for the past 5 years, 91%. So, and let me tell you how bad it is. It's so bad that Ubisoft, which has been, I'm looking at this, right, trading since 2002. It's lower than what it was back in 2002. By the dip. It's extremely depressed right now, and like, it makes me wonder, you know what I mean? Makes me wonder, somebody could go in there and you look at situations like this, you're like, who's going to try to pull a GameStop? You know what I mean? And that was a crazy situation in itself. But with that being said, though, man, I'm actually incredibly excited about The Division 3, and I'm incredibly excited about Black Flag, the remaster coming.
Some of these companies, they look at live service games and they say, hey, that is recurring revenue. That can help us keep afloat when our games are not, when our games are a lot riskier. It is you are mitigating risk when you have a game that continually makes money, because you are not reliant on waiting 4, 5, 6, 7 years for a game to actually come out and then seeing if it'll hit. Because if you are a company that is just releasing games, a new game every 5 years, and spending, I don't know, $200 million on that game, you are really hoping that it is going to sell between, I don't know, 8 and 15 million copies, because you not only need to make back the money that you spent on that game, you also need to sustain your company moving forward. And that is a really difficult business to be in. That is a really tough proposition that a lot of companies have struggled with. And that is why all of the successful game publishers that we see these days have some sort of live service game as their backbone. Take-Two Interactive is one of the biggest game publishers. They have two. They have NBA 2K, which is, granted, that's an annualized game franchise, so it's a little bit different than your average live service, but a large chunk of that revenue, of the money they make from NBA 2K, their basketball series, comes from people spending money in the game. Those are live service games where you can spend money to buy all sorts of stuff. If you're in, there are different modes within the game. A lot of them are just very heavy on the microtransactions and on getting people to spend money to play them and to get good within them. They also have GTA Online, which is one of the biggest things on the planet. GTA 5. By the way, sometimes I like to quiz people, even people in the games industry. I'm like, how many copies do you think GTA 5 has sold? And sometimes they'll be like, oh, 50 million, 100 million copies. Yeah, pretty big. It's a pretty big game, right? And I'll blow their minds a little bit when I'll be like, GTA 5, Grand Theft Auto 5 has sold 230 million copies. Jesus Down the road, Christ. When we're getting closer to GTA 6, I'll be reporting a lot on Bloomberg and talking a lot about why that game is going to be such a smash hit, and why the expectations are so high for that game, to the point where everybody is moving their release dates to get out of the way of it. And the biggest reason is that the last game has sold, once again, 230 million copies. It is the second best-selling game of all time, second only to Minecraft, which kind of an unfair comparison, because Minecraft is much less money and also is available on phones, whereas GTA is only PC and consoles. So really,
damn. I mean, man, yeah, Minecraft. I mean, when you're big enough where you're starting to get movies, you know what I'm saying? Second all time, and it's not even on mobile.
If you're looking at console games, I mean, GTA 5 is the biggest of all time. And GTA Online is recurring revenue, is a live service that continually makes money by selling players shark cards and whatever else. And so that those two games, NBA 2K and GTA, have really kept Take-Two going, even as some of its games have either been hits or misses. It's released some games that have been misses. Marvel's Midnight Suns was a miss for that, which is unfortunate, because that was a really good game. Civilization 7 wasn't quite the hit they wanted it to be, although I think it did okay. Borderlands 4 wasn't a big hit for them. Mafia: The Old Country did pretty well last year, but it wasn't. Again, these are just kind of these hits or misses. You can withstand some misses if you have this backbone of recurring revenue. Other companies have it too. I mean, Microsoft, Xbox, they have plenty of problems, but they also have Minecraft, which is a very helpful baseline as for recurring revenue. Sony found some success. PlayStation found some success with Helldivers 2. Epic Games obviously has Fortnite. Riot Games has League of Legends. Blizzard has World of Warcraft and Overwatch. And
if anything, I feel like Sony is still very weak when it comes to having that live service backbone, though, right? Like outside of, because Helldivers is they're completely independent now, right? Arrowhead, they're completely independent. Yeah. Imagine if Sony had like a live service MMO looter shooter. That would be crazy. I think that right there would really set them apart. You know?
really Blizzard, all of their games are live service games. Since World of Warcraft, all of their games have turned into these kind of never-ending franchise, never-ending games that just live on forever with recurring monetization of some sort. And in fact, Blizzard over the years has put an early end to at least a couple of games because there was no way to have recurring monetization for them. For example, Diablo 3, which that's a whole nother story. I wrote about that in Play Nice, my Blizzard book, but essentially it was going to have a second expansion that was canceled before it even got off the ground, before Reaper of Souls, the first expansion, even came out. And one of the reasons for that is because Diablo 3 didn't have a viable form of recurring monetization. They tried with the Real Money Auction House, but that was a big failure that players hated. And so as a result, they did not have a real form of recurring monetization, which made that second expansion seem less viable to the people who ran Blizzard at the time. So live service, it can really be this kind of this infrastructure that keeps you afloat and makes you less susceptible to failure if you do release one of these big risky games and it is not a huge hit. And so that's why we're seeing so many of these companies just pursue that model. Again, a lot of it is just kind of simple, let's call it, I don't know, greed is not the right word because it isn't about kind of, when we use greedy to refer to companies, we're kind of taking human motivations and applying them to machines that really do not operate like humans. When you are running EA, you are not acting out of greed. You are acting out of being part of a system where your duty is to be to maximize shareholder value, and so therefore you are doing what you think will make as much money as possible for shareholders, not because of your personal greed, although you might have some of that, but that's not what motivates you. What motivates you is doing your job and trying to do that successfully. So greed is really the wrong word, but it's these companies are just trying to maximize their profits and they're trying to minimize their risk, and live service games are a way to do that. Now, you might argue that these days, trying to get a live service off the ground is actually more risky than trying to release a single player product. And I think that companies are looking around and trying to find other ways to mitigate risk and maybe withdrawing a little bit from the live service world. But still, I mean, live service is still the most lucrative area you can go into. It's still recurring revenue. It's still revenue that will just continue to be stable and be a backbone for your company and can help make up for some of those flops.
I mean, look, the way I always looked at live service games, it's like, if it's a good enough game, I would be like, okay, even after I finish the campaign or whatever its delivery is, and I still wanted to play more, that's whenever I would want a live service version of that game. But the base version of that game has to be good enough to compel me to want to keep playing in that, you know? I mean, even before we even start calling them live services, I mean, MRPGs, RuneScape, that's technically a live service. All that really meant was, here we are, we pay to play a game, we pay a monthly subscription, and we get a shit ton of content. Endless amounts of content. That lasts seemingly forever. In a world that continues to expand and evolve. Zyme with the 3 months in advance. Thank you so much, my man. I plan on paying for Final Fantasy 14. I plan on playing for Final Fantasy 14 months. So if D3 were to go that route, I would be down. Wow, it's proof that a game can live for a very long time. You're smart about it.
But yeah, these days, I mean, I think a lot of companies are looking around and saying, hey, how can we mitigate risk by making these games take less time and cost less money to make, which is something that I'm certainly keeping an eye on and asking a lot of game companies about, and trying to figure out what that future looks like, because it's clear we're at a point of no return for the video game industry. I've talked many times in the past, years and years ago, about how things did not seem viable. This did not seem like a tenable industry, and I think we've reached the tipping point, that's for sure. But if you're wondering why companies like BioWare and Rocksteady and Naughty Dog and so many more have chased this live service dragon over the years, the reason is because having a live service game can really help make up for the volatility that has been part of the video game industry for a long time. All right, see you all next time.
Good video. I would say the video that is really one of the best.
Hollow Ridge is
this one right here. Why games now take 6+ years to make. Nobody look. What do you think is the number one contributor? Hold on. Answer this right now, organically in stream. Don't cheat. What do you think is the reason? Number one reason why games take so much longer to make? Yeah, some of you already watched the video for sure. I could tell. I can fucking tell. Let me just say this. If you, and not that Jason Schreier is the only voice you should ever listen to, but he gives such great insight in this into just how the industry has changed. And also, you'll see, like, if you are planning on getting into game developments, hopefully, you know, videos like these and maybe even others, you can avoid some of the big pitfalls that will fuck you. I'm pissing right now. Hold on. Luke, what the fuck is this? Oh my God.
Hello. So last week I did a video about why video games have gotten so expensive to make, and I did a little bit of napkin math to kind of calculate the burn rate that studios go through, which, if you remember, I mean, you can go check out the video, but just as a quick refresher, it's essentially labor costs, which is not just people's salaries, but also their benefits and other added expenses such as overhead, costs of office rent, and I don't know, studio supplies, stuff like that, office supplies, but it's almost entirely labor costs. And that's how we're getting into this world where games are costing $200, $300, $400 million to make. But something that I didn't do, I was playing around with the numbers a little bit and talking about how games, the more time you take in a game, the more expensive it is. But something I didn't do is explain how we've gotten to the point where games are now taking 4, 5, 6, 7+ years to make. And so I wanted to address that today. I've written about this a little bit, and I'll throw in, as usual, some Bloomberg articles that you can check out in the YouTube description, because I am still a full-time reporter at Bloomberg News, so please support my work by reading it. But I do want to break this down a little bit, and I sent a few texts out. I asked a few people that I know in the games industry to kind of make sure that I had all my facts straight and the context here. The short answer to the question, why do games take so long to make now, is a lot of reasons. There are a lot of factors, and every game is the kind of confluence of all sorts of disrupting factors that you could see if you check out. If you're really interested in this world and you're in it for the long haul, you should check out the Psych Odyssey documentary series, which is free on YouTube. You have to be willing to commit because it's very long. It's something like 20-25 hours, but it's essentially a 33 episode behind the scenes look at the making of Psychonauts 2, and it will show you how a game can blow up to 6 years through all sorts of twists and turns along the way. But again, I want to provide a little bit of info here. So it's a lot of factors, and I want to break down at least a few of them. This is not a comprehensive list by any means, but it is a list of some of the major factors that could contribute to a video game taking 6+ years to make. So let's go through them. I have a list of, I don't know, about 6 of them. Let's go through 6 of them. Number 1 reason why games take so long these days: increased graphical fidelity. This might be the obvious one, and this is the one that most people point to when it comes to games taking a very long time. So what does that mean? Games look prettier than they ever have. More fidelity essentially means more complexity. It means more specialization is required, and it means you need more people to make a game, and it means that those people need more time. What used to take 1 or 2 artists can now require a whole suite of people, an entire room full of people, lighters and technical artists and VFX artists. You might need 10 people to do what took 1 person in the past, and it might take them a week to do what might have taken a day in the past. Look, this seems obvious, but it's worth pointing out. When you shoot a movie, you don't need to build every single tree or plate or cabinet in the background. In a video game, you do. And what once you could get away with kind of abstracting, now, because of increased graphical fidelity requirements for these biggest games, you have to model and build and spend a lot of time making, even if a player is only going to see it for like a split second. And if you don't, I mean, you're probably going to get yelled at on the internet. You won't get as high a rating. Player expectations have kind of gone up with this graphic.
It's like, what is that? Crimson Desert. Like, Crimson Desert, an extremely beautiful game, but we talk shit about the waterfalls. You know what I mean? Because the waterfalls, they look janked. And so, like, everything else looked amazing. But then you see the waterfalls, you're like, whoa, the fuck happened here? In some ways, it's also why you see, what is it? You're like isometric games, like PoE, Diablo, like becoming more popular. Not that they weren't popular before, but like they're more budget friendly, as everything is within that one frame, and so you don't have to. Where it's like a game that puts you like third or first person. Like there's so many ways in which you can see inconsistencies in the world. You know, essentially fuck ups, blemishes, whatever, man. Like those things are just so much easier to pick out if you don't nail it.
Graphical fidelity expectation.
Free cam versus forced perspective. Thank you.
I want to read.
That's it. Yeah.
I got a really fun kind of example from someone I know who works in the games industry who didn't want to be named, but this person is pretty high up at a AAA games company. And I asked him, hey, why do you think games take longer? And he was talking a little bit about the graphical fidelity thing. He brought up Final Fantasy IV, the Super Nintendo game that was called Final Fantasy II here in North America. And there's a scene in Final Fantasy IV, if you haven't played it, where these two characters, Palom and Porom, turn into stone, saving the party. And it's this emotional moment. The music swells. It's really cool. They're in this little room, and it affects you, despite the fact that it's like tiny SNES pixelated graphics. And this person was telling me, at most, he thinks 5 people made that scene happen. At most. It was probably less than 5 people. Whereas nowadays, if you had to recreate that in a modern game with like the fidelity expectations of a modern gamer, you would need a concept artist. You would need modelers, high-res modelers. The characters would need to be skinned and rigged and animated. You would need shader specialists for the clothes that they're wearing. You would need physics specialists to support their hair. You need a sound designer. You need cinematics, animators, and designers. You would need a narrative designer. You need a lighter for the scene, a tech artist, a VFX artist. You need some programming support for the scene and for the transitions in and out of cutscenes. You would need writers for the scenes, of course. You would need a voice actors for the characters. You need a director for the performance, a casting director for finding the actors, audio mastering, audio direction, composer, orchestra. And also that room that is portrayed in Final Fantasy IV as like essentially a little square box that has nothing in it. That would need to be, if you're looking at that in 3D, that would need to be a full-on room with like its own design and props and its own level artists and designer and lighting. It can't just be empty. You'll need tech designers. You'll need QA, etc., etc. So like this is.
As someone who is making a video game right now, when I hear this, the lights are flashing red. You see where I'm coming from? Because right now I'm in pre-production stage. That's a very fun stage. Chat, did I lose you guys? Are we back? YouTube stream, are we live? We're here? Okay. So I'm about to call my internet company after the day and request a refund. Is there a way to do that? Be like, hey, you guys, you charged me an arm and a leg for premium internet. This shit's been cutting out. I want half off. Good luck. Who's your provider? So I live out in a place. Look, this is so crazy. AT&T and Frontier are literally across the street from me. Across the street. I could get them, except there is a zoning law here in Florida, which means in this neighborhood, the only internet you can use is this mom and pop internet company. I'm not joking with you guys. It's a mom and pop internet company, and they are protected. Even though Frontier and AT&T is right fucking there. Literally right there. No, Starlink won't work, guys. I know you guys are saying use Starlink, but Starlink is really good, but for streaming, no. You need better internet for that. You can't choose your own internet provider? No, man. Just the one that's here. It's the craziest thing, man. It's the most un-American shit I've ever heard. God damn it. And I tried to get AT&T and Frontier in this neighborhood. And I was going to look, craziest fucking thing. We were going to pay for it. We were going to pay for the entire thing to get the lines put in. They were going to be from Frontier. And would you believe it? HOA blocked it. That's who blocked it. Which is so crazy to me. You wouldn't even see the lines. The lines have been buried. And anyone could have pulled from it. So if anyone in the neighborhood wanted to pull from that better internet, they could. HOA blocked it. You live in an HOA? Dude, just about everywhere in Florida has an HOA, man. Yeah. And look, I'm not saying HOA. Look, I have my issues with HOA, but there are some benefits for having an HOA. There are, just truthfully, just being real with you, there are some benefits for having an HOA. People, are at least made to take care of their shit, But there's, in these situations, there's more negatives than positives. In my opinion, the way HOA is supposed to be is, make sure everybody stays on the property, maintains property lines, keeps their shit clean, keeps their grass cut, that kind of thing. That to me, that's what HOA should do. And then for the most part, should fuck off. HOA is overreach, but protects your investment. It's a double-edged sword. Yep. Is HOA just a U.S. thing? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm from Louisiana, so we never had HOAs. Hell, half the time we didn't even have, just enforce laws. You know what I mean? Not really a thing in the UK. It's mainly a US thing. Canada has HOAs. What investment is an HOA protecting? Look, man, the reality is unfortunately in certain neighborhoods, your neighbors can sink the value of your property. You know where I'm coming from? If your house is clean and taken care of, great. But if the house on either side of you, has just shit all over the place, thrown in the fucking yard, and it's obvious they don't, the people, if you were getting ready to sell your home, somebody was coming to purchase it, they would look at both of those neighbors and be like, man, I don't want to live in between that. You see what I'm saying? But that's his yard? Yeah, that's his yard. Look. If your neighbor just has, say, for instance, just a messy yard, that's one thing. I'm from Louisiana, and this is what would happen in Louisiana. In someone's front yard can be 4 tents, 6 golf carts, 10 four-wheelers. By the way, all pull parts, 5 or 6 fucking lawnmowers, a couple push mowers turned upside down, okay? A porta potty, all right? And a bathtub. And guess what? That could fuck with the value of your home. Couple cars broken down in that bitch. And that's what your neighbor has in their front yard. Why do you feel entitled to the full value of your home detached from the reality of its surrounding? It's not an entitlement thing. It's the perceived value. And along with that perceived value is the quality of the neighborhood. It's true. This is, that's just the reality of it. someone comes to look at your house, even if you have a beautiful home, if the neighborhood's value is perceived as bad, then they may not put an offer in on your home. So again, HOAs are definitely a double-edged sword. I don't want to live next to shitty neighbors. Yeah. Shitty neighbors are the worst, man. They really are. They really are, guys. I don't like living next to bad neighbors either. And to me, this is what makes it's very easy to be a good neighbor. Mind your fucking business. That's really it. That's really the best way to be a good neighbor. You know, keep your stuff on your side, stay remotely clean, and mind your own fucking business. That's that right there. You do that, brother, we gonna be all right. We gonna be fantastic. Don't you have like a mountain of sand in your backyard? I have a little bit of extra dirt. How the fuck do you know that? Did I tell you that? I have a pile of dirt in my backyard. Yes. I might need it someday. I told y'all? Oh, okay. Maybe I told y'all. Yeah, I have a pile of dirt. But I'm a good neighbor. I'm actually a really good neighbor. Neighbor calls me up and says, hey, it's a lot of fucking dirt. Can I get a load of that dirt? Sure. You can come over here and get us a singular load of dirt. Is D3 in the dirt? How dare you? You use to level your lawn? Yeah, here recently because see, when I bought my land in Florida, I got a really good deal. It was around COVID, but I got a really good deal on this land. And I was like, fuck yeah. Great deal. And I had to jump on it really fast because there were multiple offers coming in. And I got a really good deal. You know why I got a good deal, guys? Because it's the lowest fucking spot in the goddamn neighborhood. And because water runs directly into my land. Everybody's shit dumps on my property. So I've been waging war against the floods now for the past 3 fucking years. And let me just tell you, hurricane season can bring it the fuck on this year. Because my shit, we high ground now. So you got scammed. At the end of the day, it was a fair trade. But it's definitely taken a lot more work than I wanted it to. So, and the problem around here, man, is like you can't go out there and just dig a hole. That's been the craziest thing since moving to Florida. In Louisiana, you can do whatever you want to do, whenever you want to do it. And nobody says anything. You come out here, you decide, I'm going to rent a Traco for a week. And I'm going to dig a pond out. Somebody's going to be at your house within 24 hours. And they're going to be like, hey, What are you doing? And you'd be like, I'm digging a pond. I'm digging a hole. You can't do that. Why not? You got to get permit approved. You got to run it by the HOA. You know what I mean? It's like, well, damn. Florida needs permits on everything. It does. It does now for sure. Did you play a contest mode dungeon when a hurricane was hitting? Yeah. Yeah. But we had a generator hooked up, so we're good. Texas is just as bad. Yeah. And look, I get some of the permitting process. The reason why is it has to be approved because here's what I could do. I could dig a hole in my yard and I could intentionally lift up portions of my yard that will now flood my neighbor to right here next to me. You see where I'm coming from? And then we could be in a war. See, he rents himself a hoe and he digs himself a pond and he picks his yard up. And next thing you know it, we're just going at each other lift for lift. And it's who's got the higher fucking yard. All right. Before we know it, the fucking house is buried. And so this is where permitting comes in. All right. And they go, listen, y'all have to work together on this. Okay. And the water, y'all have to facilitate the water in this way. Bar for bar on moats. Yeah. Did you guys approve no property taxes? No, we got property taxes. I don't know. Did they pass something? If you homestead a property, you don't have to pay property taxes, but you have to qualify for a homestead. You got to get a cow. I think you got to get a cow. No, you don't have to be 65. No, that's the livestock exemption. There's some things you have to do to qualify for homestead. But yes, homestead, you can get out of paying property tax. However, if the house is like a rental property or something like that, can't qualify. Which makes logical sense. It shouldn't, you know what I'm saying? If somebody's buying up the houses as an investment, they should pay property tax. Maybe Stalin. Short-term rental depreciation tax benefit is nutty. Well, you got to be careful where you buy it. You know, you want to get the STR tax benefits. Make sure you buy it in a county. You got to buy a house in a county that allows for less than 7-day rentals. And there are actually some counties that don't allow for less than 7-day rentals. For instance, Sarasota County, you can't rent less than 7 days. Now, a lot of people do it anyways, but you're not supposed to. And then the county's really cracking down on this. So you can't rent less than 7 days. Why are they doing this? It props up the hotel business. You see what I mean? Because if people can rent an Airbnb for less than 7 days, say somebody comes and they're going on vacation for 3 days, they can rent a hotel for 3 days, or they can rent an Airbnb for 3 days. Most people would prefer to do that. But if every Airbnb has to have a 7-day minimum, most people are going to go to the hotels. Airbnb made a ton of money for the World Cup. I do legal work. Homestead just means it's your single property where you live, so it's protected from liens or bankruptcy. I don't know where it is, everyone else. Here in Florida, if you have a homestead, you don't I want to say it's 95% off on your property taxes. So essentially no property tax. I think it's not 95%. Or was it 90%? How much is it? How much you get off on prop? How much you get off on property taxes, homestead? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I could have swore you completely bypass property tax with homestead. Damn near it. Like I thought it was like 90%. But it's saying this thing's saying there's a cap on how much you can get off on your property tax per year. The law changed. Wait, okay, I don't know. It's $50,000 cross. DeSantis just passed a bill to raise it to $180,000 next year and $250,000 a year after. Okay. All right. We really got off topic. How the fuck did we even... Oh, yeah, the internet cut out. Thanks, fucking internet company. Bored with the 9 months. Thank you so much. Stay out of Florida. I want to get a home eventually. Let me just say this. You can get a home in Florida. It's expensive. However, there are actually some really nice communities popping up in Florida. They're just more inland. You know what I mean? You're not going to be on the coast. You're not going to be on the water. But if you go further inland, you actually can find some really nice communities. But I'm going to be honest, man. I have not been around the world enough to know where, in fact, the best place to live is. Yeah, I definitely don't think it's Florida. And I say this because, like, just like in terms of like labor costs, in terms of just overall just living here, it's expensive. It's really expensive. And I'm sure some of you guys that are living in LA or New York or even like the Northwest and stuff like that, like those are also expensive areas. But it's expensive, man. So I don't really know what exactly is the best place. I really want to know. I actually, like, if there's any reason why, like, I actually want to travel more, it's just simply, it's not that I care about traveling, but I'm curious to see other places in the world, how they live, and then also just like what's it like to raise a family there? What's the cost of living, things like that. Should look into Colorado. Oh, Mr. Fruit's in Colorado. Hmm. No, don't. Lep did move. He moved from Florida to Colorado. Yeah. Nashville's getting ridiculous. Man, what do y'all are... y'all the bridal capital, man. Everyone that's having a bachelorette party, they going to Nashville. Me and my wife are trying to move out of Nashville. Nashville's pricing everyday people out. You already know how Seattle is. I mean, look, I'm going to be like, Seattle's okay. Bellevue's very nice. That area is that whole area around Bellevue. Bellevue, I think, what's it called? Mercer Island. I think there's some called North something. And then a little more east in that area where it gets a little more rural is actually pretty nice. I liked it up there. Our Seattle's got some nice scores. Moved by Benny. I live close to Seattle. It's a big city. You have to be a drug lord to afford to stay in Washington. North Bend. There you go. North Bend. Yeah, that was... I like that area. Looked really nice. A little more rural. I personally I like more rural myself. I've never been to Canada. We'll be going to Canada for our first time for TennoCon. I've never been before. I live in Bend. It's great, but it's expensive. Traffic has murdered my love for big cities. Michigan is gorgeous. My only issue with Michigan is how much Michigan people talk about Michigan. You know what I mean? It must be fucking great, though. You know? Michigan people love to tell me about Michigan. Michigan is great. I know. That's what I've heard. It is great. I mean, the way Michigan people talk about Michigan, dude, it's like the greatest place on earth. They're like everything you could ever want in Michigan. It's true. My wife is like that. There you go. I don't know. I've never actually been. I've never actually been. Ah, dude, Texas is all right, dude. Look, there are definitely areas of Texas that I would have probably have lived, but Texas got some shitty spots, man. It really does. It's got some shitty spots too. Well, my grandmother lives in Houston, Texas, and she loves it. Absolutely loves Houston. Got everything she could ever want. It's like little Vietnam there for where she's at. And then, I'd like Dallas, all right. Dallas, okay. Houston is garbage. I enjoy my time in Houston. Again, I didn't live there, but the times I have been, the humidity is undefeated in Houston. Austin is the only place I live in Texas. Love Austin. Damn, Austin. Okay. I have to piss. We're going to finish this video, I promise. All right.
Is what we're talking about these days, which has only gotten more and more pronounced over time. So that's reason one, graphical fidelity. Reason two kind of springboards on that, which is the bigger your team gets, and as we just established, it needs to get bigger to keep up with these expectations, the harder it is to manage. The more people you have on the team, the more managers you need, the more producers you need, the more time you need to put into making sure everybody is communicating. Something I've heard pretty consistently from AAA studios is how difficult it is to communicate and to make sure everyone's on the same page. And one of the reasons for that is that game development has so many little decisions that just need to be made all the time. So many just kind of both big and small decisions that are just constantly being made, and trying to communicate that across an entire team can be really difficult. A lot of people try to have wikis and design documents that often a lot of people don't read. A lot of people use tools like Jira, which keep track of tasks, and a lot of people just don't update it because it's kind of a pain. If you're trying to do a bunch of work, the last thing you want to think about is like going and updating your Jira tasks or whatever. So that's a whole challenge in and of itself. I mean,
I guess the other thing too is when you're managing that many people, how do you assess, and I'm genuinely asking this question, how do you assess progress outside of someone coming and presenting, their work and say, this is my progress? The reason why I bring this up is like, again, my background was construction at one time. Progress was very visible. Okay, so if you were expected to pour however many cubic yards of concrete that week, you can visibly see that. You're able to gauge the performance and productivity of your crew based on what's visibly there in front of you. And so on the gaming side, how do you set that? How do you visibly see that. Is it one of those things you just have to go in there and go like line by line in the code and look at it from there? They have productivity assessing software. Is there like a name for that with that software? Oh, what he's talking about right now, Trello. What do you call it again?
Keep track of tasks, and a lot of people just don't update it. One of the reasons for that is that game development has so many little decisions that just need to be made all the time. So many just kind of both big and small decisions that are just constantly being made, and trying to communicate that across an entire team can be really difficult. A lot of people try to have wikis and design documents that often a lot of people don't read. A lot of people use tools like Jira, which keep track of tasks, and a lot of people just don't update it because it's kind of a pain if you're trying to do a
Jiro is the one he's talking about there, one of the softwares. I've been a developer for 20 years. It's like a construction job. You have milestones, and the team agrees on those milestones. I see. Okay. Jira is so collaborative. I don't know how it's not updated. Jira. Jira sucks.
Bunch of work. The last thing you want to think about is like going and updating your Jira tasks or whatever. So that's a whole challenge in and of itself. I mean, here's a good example of that. Bethesda Game Studios. They made Skyrim, which was put out in 2011, still considered one of the greatest games ever made, an open world RPG. They made that with around 100 people. Whereas Starfield, their most recent game, which came out in 2023, was made by a team of around 400, 500 people. Skyrim, you could fit all those people in a room. They could work together, and they were all in the same studio. They were all in Bethesda's Maryland studio, whereas Starfield was made by studios, I believe they have 4 studios, not to mention all the co-dev and outsourcing that worked on that game. So we're talking about exponential increases in team size, and that leads inherently to just more time. The bigger a team, the harder it is to manage. Also springboarding off of this is explanation number 3, which is that scopes are bigger than ever. Players are expecting these vast worlds with skill trees and crafting and puddles that reflect perfectly, not to mention just kind of like design that is executed in a really cool and interesting way. And there's good reason players should expect that. I mean, players should expect big things and good things, but scopes need to swell and increase to account for that. And you can
I mean, look, I don't know. Maybe it's just my age. At one time, a good game was a working game or a free game or just any game. You know what I mean? Like any game. Dude, at one time, I used to pull up pinball on my damn grandma's laptop, you know, and I just would play pinball, and I was like, yeah, this is good. I'm cool with this. You know what I mean? Like this is pretty good shit. Space Cadet goated. But now I personally have pretty high expectations. You know what I mean? It's relative. It is relative. But yeah, I've got pretty high expectations.
Can't get away with just being like, it's very rare to be able to be like, actually, we're just making a small scale thing. This is only going to be a 10 to 15 hour experience. And we'll see. I think some game publishers out there are trying to pursue that and see if they can get away with it. And we'll see how well that works. But like when we're talking about these budgets that have increased to $300-400 million, you have to sell a lot of copies just to make a profit.
Yeah.
And if you need to sell 5-10 million copies to break break even, you have to reach a very wide audience. You cannot make decisions that would limit the audience of your game. And so your scope is increasing. You are trying to hit that checklist of like AAA features that every AAA game has to have. And that winds up just adding a whole lot of time to your game. I think scope is when combined with graphical fidelity, the scope of these games is really striking.
I don't want to stir the pots any more than I've already stirred it. But in the making of an extraction game, such as Marathon, with a budget the size that it was, I feel like it was targeting. Maybe it should have been more broad in its target. If you know what I'm saying. And the years it took.
I think graphical fidelity, if you were just to pursue graphical fidelity but limit your scope, you might be able to cut down your time a little bit. But those two kind of in conjunction, I think, cause a lot of problems. Another thing, we'll get to reason number 4, another thing that has come up in recent years is just technical challenges. Whenever you are switching game engines, an engine, for people who aren't familiar, you've probably seen the name engine and you've probably seen it used in a lot of wrong contexts. But an engine is essentially just a host of technology, a suite of technology that is used as a framework for your game. It is essentially what you are using to build your game. Could be a bunch of tools in there, could be various pipelines and graphical renderers and all sorts of stuff that is essentially used to make your game. A lot of companies either use their own engine or use Epic's Unreal Engine. Unreal recently switched from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5. That happened around, I don't know, early 2020s / late 2010s. Actually, it happened early 2020s because it was like the PS5 era. So Unreal switched from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5. And a lot of people had to switch along with it, which is a very time-consuming process. If you are used to working with one iteration of the engine and then suddenly you have to do it on another, that is very time-consuming. If you have already built things in Unreal 4, they're not necessarily going to smoothly transfer over to Unreal 5. We also had a console switch, which also adds time to the equation. I was talking to Brandon Adler, the director of Outer Worlds 2 at Obsidian, for a story that I will link in the YouTube description. Check it out. By the way, I throw gift links to all my Bloomberg articles in these YouTube descriptions, so they're all going to be free for you to click on. You can bypass the paywall just by clicking on them. So Brandon Adler, he told me that when they, on Outer Worlds 2, when they switched from Unreal 4 and Unreal 5, that combined with COVID, which I'll get to in a second, essentially it just took a year off their production. He told me, quote, "I wish we could have that year back." They had a year where people just were not as efficient as they could be because of the tools, because of figuring out how to work from home, and all sorts of other technical challenges. And remember, as graphical fidelity just increases, it gets harder and harder to figure out how you can optimize and how you can get your games running at the best possible frame rate, best possible resolution. There are a lot of cool technical innovations that we've seen in recent years, but a lot of those bring with them just extra time that is added to the equation. People have to just spend more time getting familiar with the new technical like abilities and proficiencies, efficiencies they can use, and also figuring out how to optimize for them. So that creates a lot of problems. Number 5, I'm going to just say COVID, because I think COVID was a bigger disruption than people realize. If you think about a game that has taken 6 years and comes out this year, COVID was in the middle of that. And COVID disrupted everybody's lives in all sorts of ways. I won't rehash everything. We all remember it. We've all been through it. But one of the biggest is just reteaching people how to think about games and how to work with people, and just kind of changing the way the games are made on a really big scale. And I have very strong feelings about remote work. I work remotely. I think remote work is a really good thing for a lot of people. But whether a studio is pro remote work, anti remote work, something in between, pursuing a hybrid, whatever they are, the year or so that everyone was just trying to figure out how life would be in this pandemic disrupted everything. It was technical stuff like trying to figure out how to even work, how to even check in a build when everybody's working from home, figuring that part of it out. It was childcare and dealing with the actual like tangible effects of COVID and the disruptions that all these health problems had on people's lives. So it was just a massive disruption in all sorts of ways. And that I think added a lot of time to people's schedules. And so we're still seeing the repercussions of that. A lot of people are still trying to figure out how to get back to kind of working together after COVID.
I think got me just about everyone that a lot of my friends that went to remote work around COVID, I think they've stayed. You know what I mean? I think they've stayed in whatever position, even if they had to swap companies or swap jobs, but they, you know, a lot of people like working from home. Obviously some jobs you can't do that. You know what I mean? I've been remote for 5 years. I'll remote until I have to go to sites. My company went work from home during COVID and never went back to office work. Remotes made me like my job. Remote workers steal their company's time, guaranteed. Dude, I'm not saying that there's not, like, some people might be taking advantage of the system, but again, I'm just speaking from just my friends. Like, if anything, it's made them more productive. You know, they're not having to lose an hour both ways commuting. You know what I'm coming from? They live with their work, they live with their job. And so if it's something that's, you know, even like an on-call situation where they have to address something, you know, 9 o'clock at night, boom, they're right there. They got everything they need. Again, it's a double-edged sword, I suppose, if you're like, no, I want to leave my work at work. So you would get fired. I mean, look, I got editors, you know. We're a very small piece here, but I've got editors and they obviously work from home. My thing is this: get the job done and get it done well. That's it. You know, I'm coming from like some jobs may take more hours than others. Some edits may take more hours than others. So, you know, put damn good edits in it, you know, and get it done. I locked so many sales after hours because I work from home. Well, again, there's some jobs, like if you're a plumber, you got to go to the house to change out the shitter. You know what I mean? Like some jobs, you're just not going to be able to do remote stuff work. So, plumbers are technically always working at home. That is, yeah. It's so.
Creativity, I mean, collaborating via remote work, like trying to figure out how to make that works better for some studios than others. Some studios have become remote first, and Bungie and Insomniac and a few others are just kind of supporting people wherever they want to work, and they found ways to make that work. But others have really struggled with it. So that is just a whole monkey wrench into this entire generation. And I think if you're wondering why this generation has felt so weird and felt so just kind of like less productive than previous console generations, I think COVID is one of the biggest, if not the biggest reasons. And let's do number 6. Let's do a spicy one for a reason number 6. And I've written about this quite a bit over the years. Mismanagement. Mismanagement is a big, broad term that I think can refer to a lot of different things, but is very applicable to the video game industry. So, what kind of mismanagement do we see in the games industry? Well, we see a whole lot of examples, and we can bring up some concrete examples. Probably number 1 in recent years is executives deciding that everything has to be a game as a service. And we saw that in everything from Dragon Age Veilguard, which really struggled because it turned from a single player game into a game as a service and then back into a single player game, which caused all sorts of disruptions. And again, I'll link the article I wrote about that in the show notes. We have Suicide Squad is another great example of just kind of, you take this company, this game studio that is incredibly good at making one kind of game, and you say, hey, actually, we're going to make a game as a service now, a multiplayer shooter. And it completely just throws a massive wrench into everything. Part of this, by the way, part of mismanagement, I would say, is not recognizing how long your game is going to take and therefore making everything less efficient as a result. Because if you are a game developer, if you are a programmer, a designer, an artist, and you think that your game is going to come out in, 3-4 years, but actually it just keeps slipping, and it keeps slipping 6 months at a time, that is not really 6 years of development. That is 4 years of development, and then plus 6 months, plus 6 months, plus 6 months, which makes you make these decisions thinking you are going to ship at a certain time, only to have the rug pulled away underneath you, which just adds more time to the...
That's an interesting one, because it's like so what he's essentially saying, if the studio is working in mind with a 3-year time frame, then they're going to be developing with that time frame in mind. But even if the game comes out in 6 years, those are those missed deadlines, but it still means that the studio itself was developing with still that same 3-year mentality. Whereas if you would have had the full runway, say they had like a 5-year runway, and approached it in that way, it could be different. That's what at least I'm getting from this one.
The whole equation. You cannot really do planning. You cannot do thoughtful decision making and make good calls when you think your release date is going to be at a different time than it actually is. So I think it's worth noting here and worth hammering on this point and thinking about this, that sometimes when you see that a game has been in development for quote unquote 6 years, it actually just means, 3 years and then another set of 6-month delays that just like left us all just on shaky ground the entire time. So consider that as well. Other examples of mismanagement. Warner Brothers, have written about them in recent years. That is a studio, Warner Brothers Games, where they had a real problem, a cultural problem of executives refusing to make decisions. So some of their studios just got kind of strung along for months, if not years, where they couldn't get a straight answer from management about like whether they were going to be able to do something or not. That can be a problem. You have cases of directors frequently changing things, revising things, coming in and upending, throwing over the table and just throwing out months worth of work. Sometimes that can lead to a better product, and sometimes it just means lots of struggling. Sometimes it's both. I mean, a lot of people acknowledge like, hey, this kind of iteration and just rethinking things can lead to a better product, but it also just cost us all this time. Maybe the quintessential example of that is Ken Levine, who I've written about quite a bit, whose recent game, newest game, Judas, has essentially been in development since 2014. I mean, 2014 is when 2K shut down Irrational Games, the makers of BioShock, and Ken Levine started started this new studio to make Judas. And one of the biggest reasons that has been in development for as long as it has is just constant changes and revising and throwing things out all the time.
That worked out well for Judas, though, right? Like, isn't Judas? Didn't the reviews for that game? I don't know, money wise, it worked out well, but didn't it get really good reviews? Oh, maybe what game am I thinking of? Game's not even out yet. What game came out last September? Oh, my bad, guys. I'm thinking of Hades. I'm thinking of Hades 2. Yeah. Damn, I don't know what made me think of why I don't know why I was thinking of that. Yeah. Hades is a phenomenal game, though. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about Hades. I don't know why I was thinking Judas is not Hades. I don't know.
Another kind of element of mismanagement is just short-sighted decisions. Firing people, layoffs, breaking up team chemistry, that can add a whole lot of time to the production. A lot of times what happens in these game companies is that people on the executive layer will make decisions to juice up the profits of a quarter, or to make it seem like they're more profitable in a quarter, laying people off to please shareholders, because nothing makes Wall Street happier than layoffs, and wind up cutting into the bone and costing these productions a lot of time, because they're getting rid of people who have a lot of experience, who are kind of integral roles on a project, and it might take months to find ways to replace them. Sometimes I've heard stories over the years about like AAA game companies firing people and then realizing that they shouldn't have fired those people, and just calling them up and being like, so what would it take to get you back here? Turns out you're the only person who understands how this particular complicated part of our rendering pipeline works. So
if you're that person getting that phone call, ask for everything. All right? If you're that person getting that fucking phone call and they're like, "Oh, could we get you back?" You better ask for a bag and then some.
Oh, can we hire you back? How much would we have to pay you to come back? That's a big part of it. I talked in my last video about Mina the Hollower. I talked about team chemistry. That's a huge thing that a lot of game companies just have absolutely no respect for and no reverence for. And so they'll break up teams that have built good chemistry. A lot of times we're seeing, especially in recent years, because of the current climate and because of these huge budgets and how much it's taking, and how there's really no room for failure anymore. We're seeing companies give up on games when they could have been these like strong foundations for future projects. And I'll give you a good example of that. Star Wars Outlaws, which I think was a good, not quite great game, a game with some flaws, but a real foundation that I think could have led to really great things with the sequel. And Ubisoft instead chose to cancel the sequel. Granted, there were a number of reasons for that, but still, I think Star Wars Outlaws 2, a sequel to that game, could have really gone from good to great, sort of like how we saw in the PS3 generation. A lot of games just kind of find their footing and then build off that foundation to make something really great. Mass Effect is a good example of that. Uncharted is a good example of that. Assassin's Creed is a good example of that. Those are all games where like the first title was good, not quite great, and the second game really elevated it, really took it to the next level, because you had a team that understood what they were making, that knew how to make games together, that knew the technology and the pipelines, that could see fan criticism and respond to that. So a lot of...
I mean, he does make a valid point here. If you were, like, don't get me wrong, like, let's take Assassin's Creed. The first one was okay, but I wouldn't say it was like crazy good. All right, like I would say it was good. It was good, but nowhere near like it was the Ezio series that really picked things up for Assassin's Creed. But it was a great baseline. Yeah, I mean, Assassin's Creed 2 was the first one I played. I played it before 1. So I played 2 first. And then I went back and played 1 afterwards. And I was just like, man, it's like it's good to have this context, but it definitely is not like it was. I was like, I'm not really falling in love with Altair the way I fell in love with Ezio, you know? No, I don't think Halo's a good example of that. Halo started off strong right out the gate. Halo was strong. There was no like, okay, Halo 1 was all right, but Halo 2 and Halo just kept it. Halo was great right out the gate, dude. And then kept building on that. It kept building on that. It just kept getting better and better. All right. I got a lot of fans of Altair. That's just my opinion.
Of people that a lot of companies that just give up on the first game and don't give that team a chance to make something else are really just kind of costing themselves in the long run. One more example of mismanagement that I'll bring up real quick is just kind of not using pre-production properly. And this is a little bit more in the weeds, but I ran the story a few months ago from Josh Sawyer, who is the director of games like Pentiment and Fallout New Vegas. He works at Obsidian, and he told me something really interesting, which is that he really believes strongly that pre-production is the time to take big swings and do crazy experiments and stuff like that. And a lot of people are tempted to do the same even when they get into production. So essentially game development is split into these two phases. You have pre-production and then you have production. Production is when you have a lot more people working on the project, and the idea is pre-production, you establish what the game is going to be. Production, you actually make the game. So pre-production often ends with what's called a vertical slice, which is essentially a chunk of the game that is meant to display, hey, this is the graphical fidelity we want. This is what the systems that we want. This is like what a chunk of the game should look like, so everybody can see that and be like, okay, now we're going to make more of this and build out the game in that way. And what Sawyer says is that often in production, people start changing a bunch of things, and it's extremely risky and extremely disruptive. And he points out that you should be doing that in pre-production. If you do it in production, it can cause a lot of problems. And I'll quote him. He said to me, this is for Bloomberg, he said, I tend to be fairly conservative and say, we already figured this out. We're not going to redo it for a theoretical 15% gain in X, Y, and Z, because the potential to screw up the rest of the project is enormous. You're going to waste a bunch of people's work, and you're going to eat up a bunch of time. So that's another reason. I could go on and on.
That's really interesting, man. So before you ever move to the production stage, you need to nail it down in pre-production and stick to the game plan that your vertical slice represents. The problem with that is, like, correct me if I'm wrong, you have to be incredibly forward thinking. Like I'm very much like unfortunately I unfortunately have to experience something, and then it's like it's very ass backwards rather than, you know, hey, here's, it's like some things just sound really good in theory, and then when you're actually in the shit and see how it plays all out, then it's like, oh, okay, here are all the big problems, you know? So I was like, you would have to be like just really, really good, very forward thinking, and have a big grasp on what it is your game is trying to be. It's interesting because like a lot of authors will say that you write the ending first. So they'll do their outline, but they'll flesh out their ending first. Like truly like write out the ending of their book. And then they write everything else. If your idea doesn't work, that doesn't mean you add in 17 different features that you're chasing. I guess in some ways is that if it's shit in pre-production, and it's probably going to be shit in production, right? So like if your vertical slice is shit, correct me if I'm wrong, don't expect it to be fixed in production. Still, again, it still seems very, like, it seems incredibly difficult to make that call, you know. If it's shit, it wouldn't be pushed to production in the first place. Yeah, but a lot of people, you say that, but think of all the games that still got pushed to production. You know what I'm coming from? If Allison wrote a book, would you buy it? Of course. You could still fix it, but it will cost you a lot. I said shouldn't. Oh, gotcha.
About mismanagement, I think mismanagement might be the biggest of these reasons, the most significant. There are certainly some, and game devs I've talked to would argue that graphical fidelity is the biggest reason, but I think from a kind of, at least from my outside perspective, I think mismanagement I've seen have the biggest impact on some of these timelines, and some of the most infamous examples of games that have taken 6+ years to make are the result of some serious mismanagement that often, if you're on the inside, you don't really even see or know about it until a little bit later. Until
I guess my question is who is the person on the team that's supposed to hold the vision? Is that the creative lead? Who's the person that holds the vision and maintains the course and doesn't deviate from the vision and makes sure the team doesn't deviate from the vision? And every time the game is brought to them and they play it, they experience it, it's to recalibrate to that vision. Game director? Oh, that's the game director. Gotcha. I guess my this is where I get a little confused, is when you look at a studio, especially AAA studios, for a singular game, you may see, it just seems like multiple of the same leadership roles. Obviously, I know they have different jobs, they have different, you know where I come from, but it'll be like multiple leads, multiple directors. You see where I'm coming from? And look, I mean, look, they obviously make it work and get games out the door. But, you know, who's big dick? You know what I mean? Who is like, bring me the shit. Let me see it. No, this is nothing like my vision. And they maintain that course. Who's the founder of, what's the guy's name? The guy that's one of the founders of Bungie. Jason Jones. We've heard multiple times over the years that the game will be brought to Jason Jones. You know what I'm saying? And well, this is maybe before Sony, but there may have been some massive changes that occurred to the game afterwards. Nobody can be blunt enough in a too sensitive, soft environment. I don't know. At the end of the day, resources are not allocated in a necessary way. Someone needs to have that level of control for a cohesive vision. Yep. Yeah, you know. I mean, obviously you have to defer to, or you at least have to sit in a room and sit with all the people that are making all these calls. But yes, someone that I'm just curious who is the individual that's supposed to hold that unified vision for what that game is supposed to be. You guys are saying the game director, and then it falls on the game director to maintain that course. They all are all lead roles, including the producer.
Time to postmortem the project. But those are some of the reasons, and hopefully.
And your business plan, who is yours? Oh, guys, the game we're making is, I have to like it. I am the demographic. And look, based on this video you see here, who knows how this is going to go. But yeah, I have to like it.
That adds a little bit of context if you're wondering why some of these big games are taking so long. And granted, I mean, I think I'll end on this note, which is maybe the seventh reason, which is a positive reason, which is that creativity takes time and greatness takes time. I was just rewatching this old documentary from 2003 that MTV made about Blink-182 making what most people consider to be their best album, the Untitled album. And they spent like a year straight just living out of this house in this studio and just tooling away at it and recording. And this documentary has all these great shots of them being like, this is hell. Like, this is like, there's one shot of Tom DeLonge, the guitarist and one of the singers, just being like, recording is like this. And he takes this kind of like this little tool thing that is like one of those like, I don't know, like it goes back and forth. It's like a little tool that goes like this. And he just puts it in front of his crotch and it's like, right into his crotch. He's like, recording music is like this, which I think a lot of people can relate to if they've ever tried to make art. Of course, it's worth it in the end, but it's worth noting that good art takes a lot of time and can't be rushed. And I think that as games have just kind of grown and matured as a medium and people have started to really understand all the cool things you can do with games.
He's saying it's a dick blender. That sounds wonderful. I'm actually quite a fan of dick blenders as someone who has frequented mini blenders over the years.
They have realized that it takes a lot of time to make a lot of this great stuff. And I think some of the greatest games we've seen in recent years have taken a lot of time. The Hollow Ridges came out. That's fantastic. Took 6 years to make. Last year's Silk Song, I wrote a story for Bloomberg about why that took 6-7 years to make. Yeah, I said 6-7. Okay, don't make a big thing of it. That article, I mean, that story is essentially like those guys being like, we were having a ton of fun and like we wanted to make a ton of good stuff and put a ton of details into it, and it just took a lot of time. Blueprints, my favorite game of the generation, perhaps, that came out last year after 8 years of development. So even games that aren't like trying to achieve this incredible graphical fidelity, even smaller scale games take a lot of time. And to some extent, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think a lot of people are trying to figure out how to shorten game time, but sometimes, I mean, we're talking about art, so sometimes that might not be possible. Maybe not every game has to take 6 to 8 years. See, I avoided seeing 6, 7 there. Maybe not every game has to take 6 to 8 years to make, because I mean, if you're a creative person and you're like spending 6 to 8 years per game, you only have so many over the course of an average lifespan. So I mean, that's something to consider as well. But at the end of the day, I mean, if we're getting more games like Blueprints and Silksong and Mina the Hollower, then maybe we should welcome long game times as much as the big budget studios might not want to do that. I think I don't know how many of them are going to be able to shorten dev times. I think unless they go for smaller scale, less graphical fidelity, as that one kind of famous meme goes. What is it? I want shorter games made by people who are paid more with less graphics, et cetera, et cetera. I just butchered that quote, but whatever. Don't have it in front of me. All right. That is that for this week's episode of Jason Talks on a Camera. I am heading to Los Angeles this week for Summer Games Fest, so you probably won't see any more videos from me for a little bit, unless I shoot something there for fun and go around talking at Summer Games Fest. Maybe I'll do something like that. But yeah, thank you for watching, and I will see you next time.
It's a great video. That's a really, really good video. Look, the last thing I would say, and again, this is just what I've observed, is some people really do have like the greatest intentions and want to make a great game. But sometimes the vision it's not even a mismanagement. It's just the game just doesn't do well. The vision was really good to them, and unfortunately it just didn't resonate with players. And I think that's probably the one that stings the most. It's like if it's like you're like, yo, I've got a really good idea. You know what I mean? You get a good idea. Yeah, I got a good idea. You go out and you're like, I'm gonna commit tons of money to this really good idea and years of my life. And then you present it to the public, and then they're just like, wow, your idea was dog shit. That one's probably got to sting the most. Oh, yeah. Your idea was dog shit. Never make a game again. Oh, man. Yeah. Well, no. I'm not even using Concord as y'all saying Concord here. No, I actually though. I mean, I felt so bad for the people that made Wildgate. You know, I thought Wildgate was such a fun game. And you know, it's got some pretty good reviews, but it's like, damn, you know, like obviously the market didn't really jump on it, you know? What the fuck is Wildgate? It's like a, what was it? Like 4 players to a lobby, 5 players. It's like Sea of Thieves, but in space. And you would fight other people and fuck their ships up. And you would battle out with PvE enemies and then get upgrades for your ships to then fight other people's ships. It was a really fun game, dude. I felt really bad for him because like I thought the gunplay was solid. I thought that the ship battles were a lot of fun. But I think it kind of fell apart because the matches were longer. Like you're talking like a 30, 35 minute commitment for a match. And it was very team oriented. And so having just one, you know, bad player on your team could sink your team lethality. So like League, it's harder, but League you can carry. Deadlocked, you can even like there's an inflection point, but you can still carry. It's like, yeah, your team could be garbage, but if you get fed enough and pop the fuck off, you could still carry a bad player. I felt like with Wildgate, it was incredibly difficult to carry a bad player. Sounds like a 3-man raid with 1 man with no comms. The problem with the game is that they made PvP matter more than the actual ship mechanics. The ship mechanics was the PvP. That was part of it. Talking about the onboarding. Maybe. Regardless, though, that was a great video from Jason Schreier and very eye-opening in a lot of ways. You know, and if there's anyone here in the gaming industry that wants to part some wisdom with us, I'm all ears, man. I'm all ears. The thing that I really took away from that video the most is nail down what it is you're going for in pre-production and then stick to that. Stick to that. Even if you want to expand and elaborate in production, stick to that original game plan. Scope creep will kill the project. Cross, you better add skilling into this game. I want trim capes. I want to be very upfront with everybody about the game we're making. First up, I have all the desire in the world to make a game that's a looter shooter, but grounded in a way grounded in like a RuneScape like, not necessarily the world, but in its design. And I'm not talking about graphically or anything like that. I mean purely in terms of scope. Okay, that's been the long-term goal, and something that's reason why Xenium has got a hold of us a long time ago. Reason why, you know, he's even working on this project, and you know, we're going. So, but it's a lot. I'm gonna let you know, for a first game, it's almost too much. And so we've sat down and thought about how would we build this in layers. Okay. You know, starting with the introduction of like the gameplay, the world itself, the lore, all that shit. Yeah. And so the layer concept would be really good, simply because the last thing we want to do, build all this shit, and then we don't even got the gameplay right. You know what I mean? It's not even like a fun, that whatever reason, that's not resonating with some people. Oh yeah. I mean, we would do, you know, whatever play tests and stuff like that. Some of you probably would just bring in there and let y'all fuck around with it. Cheers, we will, man. Maybe release episodes? No. Will be exclusive to PC. That's the other thing. I personally don't want to. It would be much easier if we were just bringing it to PC. Just being straight with you. It's so much easier just dropping it on PC and then doing like a console drop afterwards. But talking with the team, I personally don't want to release a game unless we can release it on consoles and PC. Because I just don't think it would have as much impact. You know what I mean? To be able to have that. And there's you actually have to apply before you can even release something to console. So you have to provide that vertical slice, that demo, if you will, to the Xbox and to Sony and PlayStation, and then they approve you, and then you can go about having that release. But then there's definitely a lot of technical hoops you have to jump through to have it ready for both PC and console. Cross, is it just going to be a game that you ad clear? Ad clearing will be a very big part of it. Yes, it will be a very big part of it. And I think you'll be pleased to know that it's not just, just mindlessly. You got to be fucking, you're going to have to be good. You're going to have to really fucking, all the shit. Everybody talks shit about ad clearing. You know what I mean? Like, let me just say this. Everybody talks shit about ad clearing until you get your shit pushed in and you can, in fact, clear said ads. Honestly, when just learning what I've been learning with you guys as well, like, it's amazing that Destiny, when I look at Destiny, it's amazing the scope of this game. You're like, holy shit. The amount of stuff that went into making this game. Hot damn. Please be lore heavy, Cross. So we haven't really fleshed out the narrative points. Again, my thing is just gameplay design, or at least that's the only thing that I'm heavily focused on right now. But I've thought about actually approaching Bife and seeing if Bife would ever be interested in. I present, what the world is that we're trying to create and how he would feel if he just like George R.R. Martin this shit and just fleshed it out. You know what I'm saying? Or Donkey, yeah. Oh my God, dude. Yeah. Start a Kickstarter. I'm not doing, guys, I want this to be before we ever show you guys anything, I want it to be before we ever even get to that point. Like, here's the thing. There's so many games that enter that phase and stay in that phase forever. And I don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that, guys. And so, because that could be just a recipe for wasting a lot of people's goodwill right there. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I know. You know the examples. Did you decide FPS or third person? I like the combination of first person and third person. I think first person and then certain abilities that pull you into third person, that hybrid is just the coolest shit to me. And That's what I lean more towards. I don't, no. When I say like, so when I say hybrid, I don't mean like you can, at a click of a button, you can go from first person to third person. I like locked in first person, abilities that pull you into third person, certain weapon types that pull you into third person. Essentially Destiny. Essentially Destiny. Law. Top down would have been the easiest, for sure. Oh man, there's so many easier avenues. Absolutely. I would have liked the option to toggle between the both. Yeah. The problem is with that, and this is just... The problem with that is like there will be one, if you could toggle between the both, the option that will be chosen will most likely always be third person, simply because the field of view that widens with it. You know what I mean? It's not even like, no, it's not even a cost thing. It's more of a balance thing. It's more of a balance thing. You know, it's, you know, most people wouldn't opt for the first person aspect. They would go for third person. See behind them. You see, when you're the third person, you're able to see behind you. Yeah, or 3 peeking, right? Doubtfire, right? Who knows, man? Who knows? Again, I just like straight up, you know, I don't plan on this bombing by no means. We definitely won't launch it unless we feel like the game is actually going to, like, we're not gonna half-ass it. We're not gonna launch this shit unless we believe it's going to be something you guys love. And we've got, you know, as far as funding goes, I personally don't want to, you know, we've got a few avenues that we could explore, but we're just not at that point right now. We're not at that point where we need it, is what I'm saying. Just not at the point where we need it. So we'll see what plays out, and you know, on the Bungie side specifically, man. Some incredibly talented people about to leave. And we're not Bungie, but we'd love to chat. You know, we'd love to chat. I actually tried picking up the guy. There was it was the guy who designed a lot of Destiny. He designed the subjugators. He designed the like the behemoth. Not the class, but the behemoth machine, the vehicle behemoth, and a number of other things. And Luke and I tried to pick him up, but I think he's tied up. He's tied up right now. No, like the animator. Where can I send my resume? That's a great question, Luke. If somebody wanted to send their resume, where can they send it? I got you, Joe. There you go. If you want to send a resume right there, business@adcleargames.com. Feel free to send it our way. And yeah, we'll go from there, man. Go from there. At Clear Games, we named it that just for you fuckers. So I hope y'all know that. I literally named it that just for you fuckers. That's actually a good name in my opinion. Richie with the 26 months. Thank you, thank you. Get ready for a bunch of troll emails coming your way, potentially. Sounds good, Jobu. Sounds good. What we're looking for is definitely very specific. So I know you guys have a wide range of skills, but we're looking for people that are, again, very familiar with Unreal. So, and we don't want to wait, like the way everything's being designed, it's going to have to be in the current version of Unreal. I know Unreal, what is it? Unreal 6 coming in, what is it? 2028, early 2028 when that adoption is going to happen. But let's see how that fucking goes. I would love to make a game, but I have no skill sets to make games. Is there any way we can invest or hold shares for this? Octopus, no. I don't feel comfortable taking anyone's money right now because if this thing's going to bomb, the only people that it would obviously affect everyone on the team, but like the last thing I want is there to be a stink in the wider gaming community, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Do you have a big car collection? Fuck no. I don't even know what I would do. You know what? How many kids get to those cars hold? I'm at that point in my life, man. It's the minivan life for me. I'm actually looking at minivans last week. It's all about how many kids, how much luggage can I hold? Hey, dude, you hate on it, but let me tell you something. When you reach that point where you have 3 or more kids, minivan really is the most meta vehicle. I don't necessarily like driving minivans, but it's the most meta vehicle. Lots of space. The slide doors, huge. Fucking huge. Need a solid account on the team? Not right now. Not right now. Yeah. Halo girl. All right, guys. I unfortunately have to get off for the day. I as a CPA. Actually, though, look, it's very simple. If there's anyone here that is a CPA, this is the job of a CPA. Keep us legal, save us money. That's it. That's your only jobs. Feel free to DM me, you know. So Han with the 29 months, thank you so much. Siphon Cash, not that. Not that. Truth or Dare, not that either. All right, guys, listen. We've got a TWAB tomorrow. Just to let everybody know, it's probably going to be one of the last TWABs from Bungie. Things are wrapping up, and I think the next week's patch is going to be the last one. I'll be back in the morning. We'll be hitting that one. We'll be doing another build battle. And so these builds have been coming in hot. We're going to pick out 2 tomorrow. They're going to be hopefully really, really good. I think at this point, we're going to start migrating to Conquest, some even harder content. to really start putting them to the test. So if you've been submitting builds, make sure you're really testing them. Make sure they can survive in those encounters, okay? You guys, though, y'all have a wonderful rest of the evening. I'll see you in the next one. Bye, everybody.